right, good morning, committee members. Happy Tuesday, the September 20th, 2022 Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards is called to order. Pursuant to applicable law, the chairman has determined that an in-person meeting is not practical or prudent. Accordingly, attendance at this meeting will be by remote means only. We'll start off with the roll call. Committee members, please unmute yourself, and please note that your yes or present response will be deemed to be a yes vote when this quorum roll call is used as a reference vote for later items. All right, start with the roll. My Vice Chair, Raboyes.
Present.
Alderman Hopkins.
Alderman Hopkins present, Mr. Chairman.
Alderwoman Dowell.
Here, Mr. Chairman.
Alderman Sawyer. Alderman Beal.
Yep.
Alderman Raymond Lopez. Alderman David Moore. Alderman Rodriguez.
Present.
Alderman Cicho Lopez. Alderman Cicho Lopez.
Present.
Alderman Burnett. Alderman Cardona.
Present.
Alderman Wagasback.
Present.
Alderman Austin.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Alderman Villegas. Alderman Riley.
Present.
Alderman Kappelman.
Present.
Alderman Osterman. Alderwoman Haddon. What do we have?
Present.
Alderwoman Haddon is here. Okay, so we do have a quorum. We'll now move on to the approval of the July Rule 45 report containing the minutes of the June hearing. I said July.
The minutes of the July.
Let me start over. We will now move on to the approval of the July Rule 45 report containing the minutes of the June hearing of the Committee on Zoning, Landmark, and Building Standards. Nicole, do we have that right?
It should be the minutes of the July hearing. To
Okay.
July and July. That was my type.
All right, so the report contains the minutes of the July hearing of the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. All members of this committee should have received a copy of the report electronically. And if hearing no objections, do I have a motion by the same roll call that was used to
So
determine
moved,
quorum?
Mr. Chairman, if no
The
objection.
minutes. Alderwoman Carrie Austin makes the motion. Any objections to her motion? Hearing none, this report has been approved. All right, moving on, we'll now hear the items to be deferred. I will read the file number, the address, and page number, and take a motion for all at the end. On page 3 of the revised agenda and page 4 of the regular agenda, file number A8764 for the address commonly known as 1554 and 1559 South Kedzie. On page 15 of the revised agenda and page 2 of the regular agenda, file number A8774 for the address commonly known as 7901 through 8071 South Cicero Avenue, 4744 through 4760 West 81st Street, 4649 through 4711 West 79th Street. On page 15 of the revised agenda and page 3 of the regular agenda, file number A8759 for the address commonly known as 1604 South Sawyer Avenue. On page 15 of the revised agenda and page 6 of the regular agenda, file number 21105 for the address commonly known as 2355 North Washtenaw Avenue. On page 15 of the revised agenda and page 6 of the regular agenda, file number 21104 for the address commonly known as 2355 North Washtenaw Avenue. The two of those? Or is it?
23.
So, okay. Which file number is that, please? Okay, let me repeat. On page 15 of the revised agenda, page 6 of the regular agenda, again, file number 21104 for the address commonly known as 2354 North Washtenaw Avenue. On page 16 of the revised agenda and page 7 of the regular agenda, file number 21088 for the address commonly known as 321 through 337 East 21st Street, also 2100 through 2130 South Calumet Avenue, and 2013 through 2043 South Calumet Avenue. On page 16, the revised agenda, and page 9 of the regular agenda, file number 21110T1 for the address commonly known as 2664 East 106th Street. On page 16, the revised agenda, and page 9 of the regular agenda, file number 21087 for the address commonly known as 2800 East 106th Street. Bear with me, we still have a few more to defer. On page 17 of the revised agenda and page 11 of the regular agenda, file number 21094 for the address commonly known as 2429 West Superior Street. On page 17 of the revised agenda and page 13 of the regular agenda, file number 21086 for the address commonly known as 301 through 323 South Green Street, also 815 through 823 West Jackson Boulevard. On page 17 of the revised agenda and page 13 of the regular agenda, file number 21079 for the address commonly known as 501 through 521 West Elm Street, 500 through 520 West Hobble Street, 501 through 521 West Hobble Street, 500 through 520 West Oak Street, 1001 through 1135 North Cambridge Avenue, and 1000 through 1134 North Cleveland Avenue. On page 18 of the revised agenda and page 14 of the regular agenda, file number 21080 for the address commonly known as 421 through 547 West Division Street, 420 through 546 West Elm Street, 529 through 547 West Elm Street, 528 through 536 West Hobby Street, 529 through 547 West Hobby Street, 528 through 546 West Oak Street, 1001 through 1031 North Larrabee, 1111 through 1175 North Larrabee Street, 1000 through 1174 North Cambridge Avenue, 1143 to 1175 North Cambridge Avenue, 1142 to 1174 North Cleveland Avenue, 1143 through 1175 North Cleveland Avenue, 1142 through 1174 North Hudson Avenue, and 1143 through 1175 North Hudson Avenue. Hopefully, we don't have to defer that too many times. It's too many addresses. On page 18 of the revised agenda and page 14 of the regular agenda, file number 21081 for the address commonly known as 1101 through 1129 North Cambridge, 500 through 520 West Hobby Street, 1100 through 1128 North Cleveland Avenue. And on page 18 of the revised agenda and page 15 of the regular agenda, file number 21089 for the address commonly known as 5050 through 5098 and 5091 through 5099 West Jackson Boulevard, also 235 through 313 South Leamington Avenue, 5043 through 5099 West Quincy Street. All right, hold on a second. We don't, who's deferring in 43?
I was going to defer that right there.
Okay, all right. Any questions by committee members?
No questions. Alderman Moore is present, Chairman.
Alderman Moore, we have you recorded for quorum.
Alderman Burnett is present.
Alderman Burnett is present also. Thank you.
Osterman, present.
Osterman is present. Anyone else?
Alderman Villegas.
Gill is for the quorum also. All right. Can I get a motion to move to defer these previously items by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So moved by Alderman David Moore.
Alderman, I think Mike Rodriguez made the first effort. Any objections?
No objections.
Hearing no objections, these items have been deferred. We will now move on to the public commentary portion of the meeting. We have 5 public speakers signed up for today's hearing, and we will hear from them now. And we will start. All right, speaker number 1, Bernita Turner. Bernita,
Good morning.
good morning. Proceed.
Good morning, Chairman Tooney and committee members. My name is Bernita Turner, and I am president of West Chatham Improvement Association, short WCIA. WCIA was established in 1946. 76 years later, we are still fighting for a safe, healthy community. Our concerns and objections to project number O as in Oscar 2022-1159, Buddy Bear Car Wash, has been submitted to all the members, including over 750 signatures of objection. This project was brought to our attention 4 years ago by Alderman Howard Brookins and Philip D. LaGradio, owner of Buddy Bear, and our objections were voiced at an emergency standing room only meeting. We thought our voices had been heard loud and clear. May of 2022, another emergency standing room only meeting was held. As noticed, Buddy Bear was headed to the planning committee in August. Again, louder and more forcefully, objections were made. Our objections were made to Buddy Bear and Alderman Brookins' support of this project, as the community of West Chatham felt we had been betrayed. The objections expressed were not heard and seemed to have fell on deaf ears. We asked, Buddy Bear was denied by Alderman Patrick Thomas in the 11th Ward with 200 signatures from his residents. And we are asking that the zoning committee hear our voices of 700 and plus signatures and vote against rezoning of this project. There is currently a Buddy Bear already in the 21st Ward, less than a mile away. We have 5 car washes less than a half a mile away currently in our community, and a 6th one we don't see a need for. We had been asking for years for further development of the vacant area in the Chatham market to include a family-oriented restaurant, to further renovate the vacant land property. So again, I ask you to please hear our pleas with our documents, our objections as stated on the paperwork that has been submitted to you. I thank you for hearing my objections, and it's been a privilege. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bernita. So the committee members have received the petitions in opposition to this car wash. So just for the record, Ms. Turner, those have been distributed to committee members. All right, our next speaker is Lauro Campano. Is it Laura or Laura? Lauro Campano. Sorry about that.
Hi, good morning, committee. My name is Laura Campano. I didn't hear my address. I live in the Little Village community. It was Application Zone Alpha 8761, address 2130 South Albany. I wanted to ask, I didn't really get a detailed description of what the city plans to do with that empty lot next to my house. And I just wanted to ask Alderman Scott, if he's present, what is his plans for that lot? He's available, or can somebody explain to me? Because I didn't get a detailed letter of what the city wants to do with that empty lot next to my house.
All right, so we will be entertaining the series of buildings in the 24th Ward under Alderwoman Scott's leadership, and this is ultimately single-family homes, I believe. But stay tuned, because they'll be on the agenda probably within the next hour. All right, our next speaker, Lori Baldwin.
Good morning.
Morning, is this
I am
Lori?
a representative of the West Chatham community, and I am petitioning against the approval of the Buddy Bear Car Wash, requesting that the zoning approval be denied for these following reasons.
So, excuse me, could you identify yourself for the record, please?
I'm sorry, I'm Lori Baldwin,
Okay,
a resident of West Chatham.
thank you. You can continue, please.
West Chatham is the only adjacent community to this commercial zone and will have the only direct impact to this development. Both 83rd Street and Wentworth Avenue are directly across the street and alleyway from the Chatham Market. Excess water flow from this project will create added stress to an already strained drainage system. Homes adjacent to this project flood and could be mitigated with a solid building structures and planned vegetation on this land, and therefore we would rather have other buildings and other properties that would develop this land. Increasing job opportunities would be more conducive to our community. This project only will create 2, possibly 3 jobs. It is not in the best use for this commercial property development to increase value to our community. We have, as our president stated, and many times told that we were not interested in the car wash. It has been disregarded. And so I would like to also mention that it seems the incumbent alderman has totally ignored our input, that this be tabled until we have a decision made in the new automatic election for someone to really hear us and represent us. Thank you so very much.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker, Gloria Banderas.
Good morning. How are you? My name is Gloria Banderas.
Good morning. Proceed,
Good
Ms.
morning, my fellow people. I am calling. I'm basically seconding Laura Campano. I live next to an empty lot that's going to be for development, according to the letter we received in the 24 Ward, which is Little Village, North Lawndale. We have not received any information about when it's going to happen. As a matter of fact, my concern is that I've found myself to speak with the alderman of our ward when it used to be on 24th and Sacramento Boulevard. It's been a place filled with drugs, prostitution. Nothing has ever been done. I don't know where there's going to be construction. So seeing that I live next to that lot, I'm very concerned, and I feel a little left out that we haven't had any information at all. So basically, I just want to know the who, what, where, things like that.
All right, again, this is an initiative, I think, that Alderman Michael Scott had working with Cook County on putting new single-family homes in, affordable single-family homes. Obviously, the new Alderwoman, Scott, has following in that tradition. So notice has been sent, but articulate, my staff tells me what is actually happening on these lots are not fully understandable from the notice. So stay tuned. We'll have a list of all that. I believe there's 20 plus pieces of property we're going to be looking at, working with Alderwoman Scott, and they, I think 100% are affordable housing. So, all right. Next speaker, Gloria Davis.
Good morning.
Good morning. And you are?
I am Gloria J. Davis. I live at 1160 South Michigan in the condo building, the Columbian. I'm not sure if the cannabis dispensary that is asking for approval at 48 East Roosevelt is on your agenda, but I did want to speak to that. I'm a retired school superintendent that lives in the condo building, and I am very concerned about a cannabis dispensary being opened right behind our building with 2 schools in near proximity of the area, Jones College Prep, as well as South Loop Elementary School. I have a serious concern also that the building itself, which is the current Potbelly restaurant, which I understand is going to be empty, and that's where the proposed location will be. There is no parking. There are only 5 parking spaces right behind the building, which is also the driveway or alleyway where the garage where cars come in and out, right next to a Trader Joe's. It's a very busy intersection there at Roosevelt and Wabash. And all the traffic and what is possibly going to be even more traffic with a dispensary there, I think is just hugely inappropriate for the community and for the area. We have lots of buildings still going up with more residents. The traffic is already a huge problem on any event from football games at Soldier Field and so on. I'm also concerned about the crime and the possibility of crime that this dispensary will bring. And I just would ask that the planning committee give serious consideration to not approving this request. But as I said, my biggest concern as a former educator that is in a neighborhood where lots of children are walking back and forth to school, and I just don't think it would be appropriate. So I appreciate your consideration of my request, and I look forward to the results of this dispensary. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Emily Coffey.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the Zoning Committee. My name is Emily Coffey, and I am the Senior Counsel and Director of Equitable Community Development and Housing at Chicago Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights. Along with Legal Action Chicago and the National Housing Law Project, I represent the Chicago Housing Initiative and Luginia Burns Hope Center in opposing the rezoning of CHA land for a Chicago fire practice facility. This proposal will continue patterns of economic and racial segregation, contrary to the city's obligations to comply with civil rights laws. This facility is proposed to be built on the former site of Abla Homes. The land is subject to a declaration of trust and to be used exclusively for public and affordable housing. As part of its plan for transformation, the CHA displaced thousands of Abla residents with the promise that they could return to the new or rehabilitated units and to their historic community. This area offers easy access to good jobs, high quality healthcare, shopping, parks, universities, and many other amenities in Chicago's city center. Access that thousands of CHA families once had and lost over the past 2 decades as the plan for transformation pushed families out to the far south and far west sides. This site used to have 3,600 public housing units. The vast majority of these units were torn down with the promise of replacement as mixed income housing, yet the numbers of deeply affordable units committed to have only dwindled over time as our city faces an ever increasing affordable housing crisis. 2 decades after residents were forced out, CHA has only built 245 new units and only has approved plans to build 80 more in 20 years. The CHA's delays in delivering replacement units cannot serve as the basis to jettison a vital supply of coveted, available public housing land. The city has a duty not to discriminate and to comply with the Fair Housing Act, which prohibits policies and practices with the intent or effect of discriminating against members of a protected class. It also has an obligation to affirmatively further fair housing. This proposal would allow more than 25 acres of CHA land located in a rapidly gentrifying community and long intended to be used as public housing, which primarily serves families of color and people with disabilities, to be leased for private development by a private sports team. This action fails to address the ongoing needs for replacement housing in the Abla community while offloading more than half of the remaining land available for redevelopment. The proposal before you today does not include the creation or funding of a single new public housing unit. This proposal needs to be taken back to the drawing board as it does not comply with the city's obligations under civil rights law. I urge you to reject it today. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the public speaking portion of the hearing. We are now going to start off with code amendment on the addendum to the agenda. Document number 02022-2008, a mayoral ordinance introduced June 22nd of 2022, repealing the existing Title 14N parentheses, the 2019 Chicago Energy Conservation Code, and replacing it with a new title 14N, which is a revised 2022 Chicago Energy Transformation Code. The item has a substitute. All members of the committee should have received a copy of the substitute as well as a one-page summary, I believe, electronically. And at this time, I would ask for a motion to accept the substitute by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Can I get a motion to accept the substitute?
So moved, Mr. Chairman, Alderman Austin.
Alderwoman Austin makes the motion to accept the substitute. Any objections? Hearing none, the substitutes in front of us. We have Commissioner Matt Baudet of the Building Department here to present on the matter. During our briefing, Matt, it sounds like there's a lot of cleanup and some compliance with national standards and something that revised of the code every 3 years. So let's start with the revisions, please, Commissioner.
Sure. Good morning, Chairman. This is Grant Ulrich, Managing Deputy Commissioner. Commissioner Baudet and First Deputy Hopkins are dealing with a building emergency, so I will be speaking this morning. Good morning, Chairman and members of the committee. Again, my name is Grant Ulrich. I'm Managing Deputy in the Department of Buildings. Commissioner Baudet would have liked to have been here, and I think he enjoyed the briefings they did with several of you. The department would like to thank Mayor Lightfoot, her sustainability team, and the City Council for their continuing leadership on addressing these energy and sustainability issues with an equity focus. I am here today to ask for your favorable consideration of the 2022 Energy Transformation Code, which, as Chairman said, will replace the 2019 Energy Conservation Code. This ordinance represents the city's ongoing commitment to address energy and climate issues and to do so in a cost-effective and equitable manner. In April of 2019, the City Council adopted the 2019 Energy Conservation Code, which made significant progress, and we are here today to continue that progress. Both the 2019 and the 2022 codes are based on the International Model Energy Codes, which are updated every 3 years to incorporate the latest technology and practices. One question that you may have is, why is this changing its name from the Energy Conservation Code to the Energy Transformation Code? Simply put, we know that as a city and a society, we need to address not just energy conservation, energy savings, but also to transition to a clean energy future for ourselves and future generations. This includes preparing for the electrification and solar energy in new buildings that are going to be part of our city's building stock for decades and generations. Energy transformation requirements are also proven to provide monetary savings for Chicago's residents and small businesses, especially with rising energy costs. The U.S. Department of Energy has determined that the new model code represents a 9.4 energy savings improvement and an 8.7% improvement in carbon emissions for residential buildings relative to our last model code. And this will save homeowners an average of $2,320 over the life of a typical mortgage. The new model code is also estimated to result in a 5% energy savings for commercial buildings relative to the prior model code. There's also a number of ways in which the new energy code will exceed the model code baseline and advance the City of Chicago's decarbonization commitments, and those are summarized, I believe, in the handout that you received. By being among the first to adopt requirements based on the 2021 model code, the City of Chicago will be at the front of the line to apply for $1 billion in federal financial assistance that was recently authorized under the Inflation Reduction Act. The U.S. Department of Energy will begin releasing those funds next year to support local training and other activities. We're also excited that homeowners and businesses who build under the Energy Transformation Code in a very efficient way will be eligible for a range of energy efficiency rebates and tax credit programs that were created or expanded under the Inflation Reduction Act. Again, my thanks to Mayor Lightfoot, Chief Sustainability Officer Angela Tovar, the City Council, and others for their leadership on this vital matter. Thank you for your time, and I ask for your favorable consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Hi, Grant. Questions from committee members? I know we also send an update on what the substitute did? Okay, all right. Grant, do me a favor and just talk about in the substitute what were some of the minor changes based on stakeholder feedback.
Absolutely. So this was introduced in June. We had some ongoing conversations, so we did not present it in July. We're presenting it now. We did get some feedback from architects, engineers, builders, others who looked at it. They pointed out some wording changes that could make it tighter, some coordination issues with other provisions of our existing code. So we were able to incorporate those. Really, the substance did not change of anything that was proposed, but we did have some coordination items and cleaned up some wording to make it, again, clearer to everyone who's going to have to follow this code as we implement it starting this fall. The other thing that changed, because we did have it heard this month instead of in July, the effective date for some of the provisions changed from September to November.
All right, so let's talk about, just the homeowner,
Sure.
and you talk about permit fees, you talked about roofing. I know we've talked about some of these items in our briefing session. So for the benefit of the, how does this affect small business and individual homeowners as they either more on the renovation side, right?
Sure. So again, a lot of it deals with new construction. And again, for a homeowner who's buying a house that's built under this code as opposed to our last code, the energy savings actually balance out that they save more money. For renovation, again, the code is more flexible, recognizing that there's a range of conditions that are being dealt with, and it continues to have those provisions, recognizing that there are limitations to existing structures. But we believe that it's cost effective for renovation as well. It's going to drive new technologies into the market that are effective and efficient energy saving for both people doing new construction and doing renovation. So it's going to enable homeowners to do cost-effective renovations of their home that will save them energy. And again, it's exciting that under the recent federal legislation that happened after we introduced this and before today's hearing, there are a range of rebates and tax credits that are coming from the federal government that are really going to help homeowners seeking to do those energy efficiency upgrades.
Right. So I'm a homeowner buying a new home. My understanding is that the home will have to be wired for electric appliances and also the ability, if I have an electric vehicle, to be part of the original construction rather than a very expensive renovation.
Yeah, that's correct. So for a new home starting with permits applied for January 1st or later of 2023, there is a requirement that if you are building with gas appliances for either cooking, so stove, oven, clothes drying, or hot water heating, if it's individual to your unit, so a single family home or individual inside an apartment, that we are going to require at the time of new construction that the wiring and the electrical capacity be installed. So if when you choose to switch out that gas appliance, the electrical capacity is going to be there. It's a few $100s in extra cost to do that upfront. It's several thousand of dollars to retrofit that later, and also a lot of time and hassle with ComEd if you have to do an electrical service upgrade. So we are excited about that electrification ready provision for new homes. That's not going to apply to any renovation projects, but it's going to enable things that are newly built starting in January, with permits starting in January, to have that ease of converting.
So normally, if I'm not mistaken, a house has about 100 amps to serve the house. Is that correct?
I would say probably most houses are being built with more capacity than that today because they have air conditioning systems. So they're probably more like 200 amp service for a new single family home.
And with these changes, 200 amps generally should be sufficient.
I think in most cases, yes, because again, it's a balance of increasing the efficiency of the building envelope, so reducing the amount of energy that's required to heat and cool it, as well as these. So in most cases, it will not require change in service for a single family home. Again, for an apartment building, there's going to be some trade-offs, but again, they share walls, and so there's some different efficiency things going on there.
Thank you, Grant. Any questions from committee members? All right, with that, no further questions. Can I get a motion to move do pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum? Vice Chair Raboyes moves to pass on this item. Any objections? Hearing none, the ordinance is passed as amended. All right.
Thank you.
Grant. Good luck on the department drama today. So. All right. We'll now move on to 4 mayoral appointments. First, we have document number A 2022-116, the appointment of Danielle Tillman as a member of the Chicago Plan Commission for the term effective immediately and expiring on January 25th of 2026 to succeed Linda A. Searle, whose term has expired. I'll say that lightly because I think she served for over 20 years on the Plan Commission. So we wished her and thanked her for her service. So, all right. All committee members should have received an electronic copy of Ms. Tillman's resume, and we have her here to speak on the appointment. Danielle, you want to say a few words before we ask you a few questions, if there are, from committee members, please?
Yes, hello, thank you. Good morning, Chairman Tunney and zoning committee members. It is my pleasure to come before you today. I am Danielle Tillman. I am a licensed architect and currently the managing principal at BKL Architecture. Just a little bit about myself. Over the course of my career, I've been involved in a myriad of projects throughout the city of Chicago, including multifamily, education, and civic projects. It is and would be my distinct honor to serve the city in this manner as I look forward to working with the Plan Commission in order to provide the city with thoughtful and equitable architecture, design, urban planning, and development. So thank you again for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Tillman. Do we have questions, comments from committee members? I'll just start off by saying thank you for committing to this public service aspect. BKL, I think, is a pretty well-known firm in the city. You commented a little bit about some of the public work projects and or work that you've done. Would you also tell us, what your vision is from an equity lens in terms of the Plan Commission and maybe some of your projects in the past that might bring some light to this issue?
Yes, so as an architect, I truly do believe in design. I understand, how to consider and think about buildings in a way that I believe creates equity throughout the design process. So some of those projects that I've been involved with include the Whitney Young Library in the Chatham neighborhood, where we thought about the design and how that would relate to the community for a library within that neighborhood. Also working right now within the Woodlawn neighborhood, on the Washington Park Bank building, which has gotten some press quite lately. Again, thinking about design and considering the effects that can have on areas that have, quite honestly, not necessarily always been considered. And so I think that is a point that has been made, of course, through this administration, and look forward to continuing that.
Thank you. One of my staffers is very familiar with Lathrop. Talk to a little bit about Lathrop, please.
Yes, so we worked on the Lathrop project, of course, which is in the Bucktown and Roscoe Village neighborhoods. They're at Diversey, Clybourne, and Damon, and worked on the first new construction building within Lathrop. And we're very proud of being able to, one, that community process, which was challenging and thoughtful, and then also understanding the historic process of that district, it being a historic district, and being able to create a new construction building which likened itself back to the history of the Lathrop project and the housing project or housing development that was there previously. So what we had to consider was how do you create 21st century living, but still considering 1930s architecture. But we were able to do that, we think, quite well with a very handsome building and brickwork, but again, detailing it in a way that still considered design and brought that building to life.
Well, thank you very much. I do not see hands up. Is that correct? Yeah. All right, can I get a motion to move to pass on this appointment by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
Rodriguez, so moves.
Alderman Mike Rodriguez makes the motion. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, congratulations, and this appointment recommendation will be sent to the city council tomorrow. So look forward to working with you on the plan commission, and thank you for your commitment to serve the city of Chicago in this capacity.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right. Next, we have document number A 2022-117. The appointment of Claudette Soto as a member of the Chicago Plan Commission for a term effective immediately and expiring on January 25th, 2027 to succeed Teresa Cordova, whose term has expired. And Teresa was our chairwoman for a number of years, and we want to thank her for her service. But our committee members should have received a background information from Ms. Soto. Let's start with your introduction. Claudette, please.
Thank you. Chairman Tunney, Vice Chair Rebollas, and committee members, it's an honor to be before you for consideration on my appointment to the Plan Commission. My great-grandparents settled here in Chicago in the 1920s from the state of Jalisco in Mexico, and I am proud to say that I am a fourth-generation Chicagoan. I was born and raised in the Southside community of Gage Park, graduated from Mother McCauley High School, went on to obtain my undergraduate degree in architecture and my master's degree from the Illinois Institute of Technology. And upon graduation, I entered the field of construction management and owner's rep services. I've been in that field for the past 20 years, managing a variety of project types, both public and private. And I look forward to serving and sharing my technical expertise and experiences growing up in Chicago with my fellow members. So thank you again for your consideration.
All right. Questions, comments from committee members? Let's see, hands up. Well, I'm a Brother Rice grad, so I have lots of good things to say about Mother McCauley.
That's fantastic.
In school, and obviously, you know, from that schooling, public services should be part of everyone's career at some point.
Yes.
So in terms of the planning mechanism, so construction management is one aspect. Obviously, we need that expertise, but how do you plan to use your background and the planning perspective of the Plan Commission? You know, when we evaluate sites, what's going to be your, I'm sure you'll be well-rounded in your focus, but your expertise and your vision, could you talk a little bit about that for the Plan Commission, please?
Sure. So the owner's rep field is actually a component where we're there from inception upon completion. So we help our clients actually build their budgets when they want to start their projects, and we lead them through the planning process. Well, little feedback. We lead them through the planning process, and I'm very familiar with the Plan Commission as well as zoning. So back in the day, I also served as a consultant to the Department of Buildings from 2003 until 2007, where it was so busy that we actually had to do zoning reviews and analysis. So that helped to prepare me as well. It also helped me coordinating with all the different city departments, including CDOT, landscaping, you know, all the different departments that were needed in order to put a project up for Plan Commission. So in the 20 years that I've been working in this industry, I've seen all types of projects. I've worked in affordable housing, managing those projects, educational, infrastructure even, and creating new streets. So the variety of the projects that I have experience on, I think will be a great asset. Also, the fact that I have a degree in architecture and a degree in structural engineering, and that gives me a unique perspective when reviewing projects as well.
Thank you very much. A good answer, I must say. Other questions? Hearing none, can I get a motion to move to pass on this appointment by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So moved.
Is that Alderman Cardona on that one?
Yes.
Alderman Cardona makes the motion to move to pass. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, this appointment is approved by the committee and will be forwarded to the city council tomorrow. And I believe you'll be immediately on the Plan Commission if the city council approves that. So look forward to working with you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. All right. Next is Jonathan. Okay, next we have document number A 2022-124, the appointment of Jonathan E. Fair as a member of the Commission on Chicago Landmarks for a term effective immediately and expiring on March 11th of 2023 to complete the unexpired term of Lynn J. Osmond, who has resigned. Committee members, you should have received an electronic copy of the resume. We have him here to speak on his appointment. So, Jonathan, talk to us about landmarks and how you're going to save the city.
Happy to do so. Good morning, and thank you, Chairman Tunney and the council. My name is Jonathan Fair. I'm a lifelong Chicagoan, born and raised in the Roseland community on the far south side. I'm a licensed architect and in general an advocate for effecting change through design in the built environment. I'm really excited and grateful for this opportunity to serve with the commission because of its ability to help recount Chicago's rich history and culture through the built environment. I work at the University of Illinois, Chicago as the Director of Planning and Design, where my team and I are responsible for the short and the long-term planning, as well as other decisions impacting our nearly 200 buildings throughout our campus. And doing so in a way that not only supports our academic research and healthcare missions, but also ties it back to what our role is in the city at large and what that means to be a supporter of the city in general. For those of you all familiar with our campus, you may know that we have a plethora of buildings that have both architectural and cultural significance. To name a couple, the Jane Addams Hall House, as well as the UIC's police station, which is the former 7th District Police Station, as well as what may have some mixed opinions, but a plethora of brutalist architecture buildings on our historic East Campus. Those buildings present some unique and complex decision-making, which I partake in on a day-to-day basis. So pending this council's approval, I'm excited to embark on this work with the city at large, with the Department of Planning and Development and the Historic Preservation Division.
Thank you, Jonathan. I see Alderwoman Dow has her hand up on this appointment. Alderwoman Dow.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to speak positively on this nomination. Jonathan is a really bright star in our development community. I know of his work outside of what he does on a day-to-day basis in terms of supporting development in communities. And I think it's great that we have such a young person with new ideas to be on the Plan Commission. So I wanted to just support this nomination and move to pass.
All right. Alderwoman Dow, I believe Jonathan is an applicant for the Landmark Commission. Is that correct?
Whatever. He's
well, we can get him on both.
yeah, he could be on both. But I think it's a great nomination either way. Thank you.
All righty. Thank you, Alderwoman. Any other hands up on this appointment, please? All right, so Alderman Pat Dow makes a motion, move to pass on this appointment by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to her motion? Hearing none, this appointment will be passed out of committee today and referred to the city council tomorrow. Good luck and look forward to working with you, Jonathan.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. Okay, so. Okay, lastly, we have document number A 2022-125, the reappointment of Richard L. Tolliver as member of the Commission on Chicago Landmarks for a term effective immediately and expiring on March 11th, 2023. Committee members should have received a copy of his resume. We have him here to speak on this appointment. Do we have Mr. Reverend Tolliver? Okay, Reverend Tolliver.
Good morning.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I've had the pleasure of serving on the Landmarks Commission for several years. In fact, I chair the program committee, which will meet this Thursday at 11 if I'm reappointed to the commission. I have a background, as many of you know, in having revitalized a portion of Washington Park through St. Edmunds Redevelopment Corporation. I served on all five of the 5-year housing plans for the city of Chicago. And I would be excited to continue in my capacity as a member of the commission if elected.
All right, thank you, Reverend. And I know you've many years. I've known you for years and you've done so much good work for the city of Chicago. So I certainly applaud this. My notes tell me, though, that this is the reappointment for a term effective immediately and expiring on March 11th of 2023.
Well, that part I didn't know.
All right. Well, you're on. You'll be reappointed. I'm going to double check because normally those reappointments are for 3 or 4 year period. So, how many years have you been on the Landmarks Commission?
Several.
Okay, that's 3 or more. So, all right. Well, again, thank you for your service. Other questions from committee members on this reappointment?
I move to pass, Mr.
right.
Chairman, with Pastor Tolliver. Father Tolliver is a real resource on the committee, and I'm glad that he's agreed to serve us in that capacity.
All right. Thank you, Alderwoman Dow. Alderwoman Carrie Austin.
Yes, I want to echo the sentiments of Alderman Dow as well. We've all known Reverend Tolliver for some time, and it's been a big help to me when we had issues when it came to zoning. So we're praying that his extension will be a little longer.
Thank you. All right, I don't see other hands up. So with that, Alderman Carrie Austin makes a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum on the reappointment of Richard Tolliver. Any objections to her motion? Hearing no objections, this recommendation will be reported to the full city council on Wednesday, and look forward to your continued service. And I will double check, or staff will double check about that expiration date.
Thank you.
All right, folks, that's it on the appointments. Next, we have one fee waiver for a historical landmark document number OR 2022-194, located at 1100 East Hyde Park Boulevard in the 4th Ward. Who's on from Landmarks? No?
Ms.
Rhymes, I think.
Mr.
Michelle?
Chairman, yes, I'm here, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you today?
I am good, sir.
Thanks.
KAM Isaiah Israel congregation seeks a permit fee waiver in the amount of $3,822.75 for an expenditure of approximately $4.6 million for interior improvements to their sanctuary lobby and sanctuary. And that includes renovation of the temple's restrooms, upgrade of the heating, ventilation, air conditioning, electrical and plumbing systems, installation of ADA accessible areas and features, the cleaning, repair, and reinstallation of their historic doors, windows, and historic lighting fixtures, and the replacement of sanctuary seating and other repairs as needed.
All right. Sounds like a very low fee for the amount of work, right, Ms. Rhymes?
Absolutely.
I hope they talk to the energy code that we just passed, make sure on those lighting fixtures that we do some work on that aspect alone might cost more than the fee. All right. Questions, comments, committee members on the hearing none? Can I get a motion to move do pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum on this fee waiver in the 4th ward?
Sawyer moves to pass.
Alderman Sawyer moves to pass. Any objections to his motion? The order is passed. And thank you, Rod, for jumping on that one.
Thank you,
And we-
Mr. Chairman and committee members.
Thank you. All right. So and Rod, we have you marked down for quorum too. All right. Moving on, we have large signs over 100 square feet in area, 24 feet above grade. We'll hear them all together. I will read the ward followed by the address and take a motion at the end. We will start with 2 signs in the 1st ward at 1372 North Milwaukee Avenue. Also in the 1st ward, 1 sign at 2604 North Elston. 4 signs in the 2nd ward at 921 North Clark. 2 signs in the 2nd ward at 1229 West Concord Place. 2 more signs in the 2nd ward at 2233 West Division Street. 4 signs in the 5th ward at 6001 South Stony Island. 1 sign in the 10th ward at 3246 East 118th Street. 1 sign in the 32nd ward at 1730 West Fullerton Avenue. 1 sign in the 42nd ward at 2 North Michigan Avenue. 1 sign in the 45th ward at 3946 North Milwaukee Avenue. And lastly, 1 sign in the 50th ward, 2610 West Devon Avenue. Any questions by committee members? Hearing none. Can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So moved, Alderwoman Hadden.
Alderwoman Hadden makes the motion. Any objections to her motion? Hearing none, these orders are passed. We now have 2 previously deferred large signs over 100 square feet in area, 24 feet above grade, located at 2525 South Michigan Avenue. And if there's no questions by committee members, do I hear a motion do pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum? Do I get a motion?
Sawyer moves to pass.
Is that Alderman Sawyer makes the motion, move to pass? Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, these orders are passed. We will now move on to the regular agenda in an effort to minimize technical difficulties and to ensure the committee meeting runs as smoothly as possible. The typical order in which items will be heard has been updated. Throughout the duration of virtual committee on zoning meetings, items will be grouped together according to witness attorney and will be heard in that order rather than the ward order. Oh. But you have such capable staff tells me that we need to go out of order. So committee members, let's move to page 9. Top document number 20753 in the 46th ward. Let's see, common address 4030 North Marine Drive, also known as 640 West Irving Park. This change request from an RT4 residential 2-flat townhouse and multi-unit district to an RM6 residential multi-unit district, and then to a residential plan development. And this item did pass Plan Commission, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm sorry, Chairman.
I'm sorry, David Moore, what's up?
My page 9 looks different from yours. Unless something came differently. I got at the top, I got 10th ward, then following 10th and 11th. Which one I got?
Okay, That's, David, we're gonna send you the revised agenda, sir. I think you're on the previous one, so we'll get it to you right away, sir.
Thank you so much.
Okay, change request from RT4 to an R6 residential plan development, as I said, past the plan commission. I think this was the Immaculata, if I'm not mistaken, corner of Irving. Yes, and American Islamic College. Thank you, staff. All right, Rolando, please.
Excuse me. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Rolando Acosta here on behalf of the applicant. It is a pleasure to bring this project before you.
And let us start, see if they had a.
Mr. Chairman,
David Moore, would you mute, please, when we get that? All right, Rolando, continue.
as the chairman previously noted, this is the formerly known as Immaculata High School property, currently known as the American Islamic College property at the northwest corner of Irving Park and Marine Drive. The property is currently improved with a high school building that was built in the 1920s and then with an addition in 1950s. It is a Chicago landmark as well as a national landmark. The proposal before you is to rehabilitate the existing building into residential units with a maximum of 245 units. There's also a large parking lot in the center of the site that is proposed to be developed with a senior building, a 22-story senior building that will contain 192 units and will include in the mix assisted living as well as memory care and independent living units. The proposal was the building will contain at its base approximately 98 parking spaces. There's an approximate, 96 parking spaces. There's another 22 parking spaces that will be provided on an existing surface lot on Irving Park Road. This matter was reviewed by the Chicago Landmark Commission and approved. It's also been preliminarily reviewed by the State Landmark Division as well as the National Park Service personnel in terms of the proposed rehab as well as the construction of building, and it was favorably received and allowed us to proceed. It was the subject of extensive community process over a 2-year period that included more than 12 broad-based community meetings in the area, which culminated in a meeting before Alderman Campbellman's Ward Zoning and Planning Committee. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, it was before the Chicago Plan Commission on July 21st, 2022. And I would ask that the record before that body be incorporated in the proceedings before this body.
All right, we'll start with Vice Chair Raboyes moves to incorporate the records from the Plan Commission by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Objections to his motion? Hearing none, the records are incorporated. Continue, please.
One more item, Mr. Chairman. I believe there is a substitute ordinance, so you may have to move the substitute as well as incorporating the records.
All right, Anna Robles. Is there a substitute?
Chairman, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Anna. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm looking at the documents sent to me and I don't see a substitute for final publication that was stamped. So I would have to reach out to Noah if he's still on call, but I don't have a substitute.
I think the committee.
Hold on a second. Noah?
Chairman, it's Noah. Yes, the ordinance itself was not substituted, but the findings of fact and documents from the Plan Commission need to be incorporated as those were revised. But the zoning ordinance itself remains as filed.
Yeah,
Okay.
no ordinance being substituted.
Okay. Rolando, agree with those statements?
Actually, Mr. Chairman, there was a technical change in the description in the ordinance in terms of the boundary. And I believe the staff at least has a substitute ordinance.
Let me verify.
Your staff, committee staff. The only change was a directional change in terms of one of the boundaries. And it was that way before, when it went before Plan Commission.
All right, I think Noah's checking on that.
I'm also checking, but I hate delaying the committee.
Well, we don't want you to come back on this.
I don't want to come back either, and I'm pretty certain there's a substitute because I noticed an error in the legal description. This matter was also renoticed, republished, and also reposted in terms of signage.
So our committee says you're correct on that last statement.
He is correct, Chairman. There was a directional change made. We'll get that substitute in right now.
All right, so we'll wait for the substitute, is that correct? I know it's minor, but it needs to be correct before go to council. Okay, we don't have the substitute. How long will it be, Noah? Do we move on and come back to this?
Yes, that would be perfect, Chairman.
Okay, what we'll do, though, in the effort of Alderman Kappelman's time, since this is not a substantive issue, Alderman Kappelman, I know you're on a time constraint. Would you like to speak on this project?
Thank you, Chairman. I really appreciate it. This was a project that started, I believe the public process started in January 2020. Many meetings. But I was impressed with all the negotiations that took place between the community and the development team. There was a lot of give and take on both sides, scoring wins and providing concessions. It's also a proposal that will provide some sorely needed housing that will address the high demand we're seeing on the north side, especially the senior housing, which will allow a lot of seniors, I'm one of them, to age in place. There's the committee that I have is ward-wide, about 30 members, and we had 21 voting in favor, 7 opposed, and 3 abstaining. So I agree with the 46 Ward Zoning Development Committee that the benefits of this project far outweigh any negative repercussions. So I ask my colleagues to support this as well.
Thank you, Alderman Kappelman. I know how much work this project was, just being your neighbor. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna wait for the substitute because it's a technical substitute. Do we have it?
And it was sent to the clerk's office.
What about to my committee
Oh,
members?
it was not. I don't typically send out.
Okay,
mail
let,
amendment substitutes.
all right. So we do have a copy of the substitute, which clarifies the directional issue that Mr. Acosta talked about. So for the benefit of the committee, we don't normally, this is kind of technical, you don't get your own copy, but I'm going to ask, based on my narrative, if someone would make the motion to accept the substitute. Vice Chair, who is that? Alderman Kappelman?
Motion to accept
Yes.
Okay. Alderman Wagasback makes the motion to accept the substitute. Any objections to his motion? Hearing none, the substitute is in front of us. We've talked about the change, and just for the benefit, and while Alderman Kappelman is here, Rolando, this substitute basically is a technical on the directional boundary of this PD?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the original ordinance called out the wrong curb of, I believe it was Bittersweet. And that this substitute does call out the correct curb. And as the substitute, the boundary in the substitute was the subject of the new publication, the new notice, as well as the new posting.
James, are you comfortable with this?
Yes, I'm very comfortable with it. Thank you.
Okay, so the substitute is in front of us. Can I get a motion to move to pass on this ordinance as substituted?
Move to pass, Chairman. Alderman
All right, that's-
Wagasback.
Alderman Wagasback makes the motion to move to pass. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, this item is passed as revised. And
Thank you, and sorry for the confusion.
substituted, okay?
Thank you,
All
and
right.
sorry for the confusion.
All righty, well, we'd rather do it now than later, so thanks. All right, now we're going back to page 1. Let's see. And this is document number 8776 in the first ward. The ordinance was referred on June 22nd of 2022. The common address is 460 North Noble Street, and the change request from an M12 Limited Manufacturing Business Park District to an RS3 Residential Single Unit Detached House District. And this is in the first ward. And who's on? We have first ward staff on this call, please, on Noble Street.
Good morning, Chairman Tunney. Thanks so much for having me on the committee and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Nicholas Zettel. I am the Chief of Staff in the First Ward Office, and I am here to speak to recommend to the committee in favor of this zoning map amendment. The property is currently improved with a single unit residence, and it is to the best of my knowledge, a legal non-conforming dwelling because it is in manufacturing zoning. So we are looking to bring the building into conformance with the zoning with the zoning ordinance by converting it to a proper residential district. I would be happy to answer any questions that any committee members or the chairman has.
Okay, so the existing single family home in a M district, right? So it's non-conforming. Is there a reason why at this point, and is there more than one house, or is this just like a building permit issue, or what?
That, to the best of my
Why does this
knowledge,
predicate?
yes, there's been a whole host of redevelopment issues, an adjacent condominium building. Allegedly, there's some issues with repairs that need to be made due to some construction in the area, and it is our understanding that the zoning was cited as a reason that whatever repairs couldn't previously be made. So we are correcting that and bringing it into conformance with the zoning ordinance.
All right. That's a good explanation. Any questions from committee members? Hearing none, can I get a motion to move do pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So moved, Alderwoman Hadden.
Alderwoman Hadden makes the motion. Any objections to her motion? Hearing none, the item is passed. Thank you very much. We're moving
Thank you,
on.
Chairman. Thank you, committee members.
Next on page 1, Aldermanic 8777, 21st Ward. Ordinance was referred on, let's see, July 20th of 2022. Common address is 8317 through 8321 South Paulina Street. Change request from an RS3 residential single unit detached house district to an RT4 residential 2-flat townhouse and multi-unit district. Alderman Howard Brookins. Howard.
I'm sorry, hold on. Hey, Tom, are you calling me?
Yes, sir. We're on your Aldermanic.
Hey, can I call you back? I'm on a Zoom call. Bye. Sorry, Tom, which one are you on?
We're on your Aldermanic 8317 through 21 South Paulina Street. This is from an RS3 to an RT4.
Yes.
Borstein?
I'm trying to remember what the heck this is. So, good morning, Chairman. Alderman Brookins, 21st Ward. We're asking that this matter be changed, and I'm not.
So I think Mr. Borstein might have been your.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, let's ask Mr. Borstein to talk on this item, please.
All right, thank you so much, Scott Borstein, here on behalf of Learn Charter School, right? Does that ring a bell, Alderman?
I'm very familiar with this. Learn is a charter school off 83rd Street, Tom. They're building out the space to include some parking and some improvements to the building. There've been several meetings with the community, and we do support it, and your most favorable consideration is appreciated. And Mr. Borski can go over the exact project in detail.
I don't think we need the detail if you're comfortable with, because you were aldermanically in introducing this. So
yep, I am absolutely comfortable with this. This is a great charter school. It's the benefit to the community. Learn is not a private school. It is a charter school. So in the CPS network, and we'd ask that it be done automatically.
All righty. Any questions from committee members? Hearing none, can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
Riley so moves.
Move to pass.
Alderman Riley makes the motion. Any objections to his motion? Hearing none, the item is passed. Thank you, Howard.
Thanks.
Howard,
Thank you.
we have that car wash later on. Are you going to be back in the saddle, so to speak?
I will do. What time do you think you're gonna get to me?
We'll get you a text, okay, Howard?
At 10?
Probably an hour,
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
I'm in the hall, but yes, I do have some running to do.
Okay. All right, we'll get you notice on that. Give you 15 minutes notice, hopefully, okay? All right, moving on, page 1, Aldermanic 8750, 22nd Ward. Ordinance was referred on April 27th of 2022. Common address is 4401 through 4431 South Knox Avenue, and the change request from M12 Limited Manufacturing District to RS2 Residential Single Unit Detached House District. Alderman Mike Rodriguez. Michael?
Thank you, Chairman. Forgive me for not being able to put my video on, but this is certainly something we've worked with the community on, have the local community-based organization on board with, no opposition as of yet. So thank you so much for bringing this forward, and we ask our colleagues to pass favorably.
Michael, is this a planning use, future planning use on this one?
Chairman, the property in question sits on a residential block.
Okay.
And we're just bringing it into the preponderance of use on that block.
Okay, and it is a vacant lot, is it not, Mike?
It is.
Okay, all right. Any other questions, comments? If not, can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So
Riley,
moved
so
by
moved.
Alderman David Moore.
Alderman David Moore makes the motion. Any objections to his motion? Hearing none, the item is passed. Okay, now we are for the, oh my gosh, we got
16 items.
all right. So as was talked in the public comment period, the following items are in the 24th ward. And I will read all the legal descriptions and the file number. We are going to hear from Brian O'Donnell from the Department of Housing to explain this initiative. For members of the committee, this is not the first time we've been doing this in the 24th ward. My belief is this is in conjunction with Cook County Housing. Help me here, staff.
The next 16 items are all part of the Reclaiming Chicago initiative brought forth by the Department of Housing.
Okay, so the Department of Housing is bringing forth a single family home initiative in the 24th ward. And these are parcels, I believe, that are vacant. And we'll ask Mr. O'Donnell to elaborate a little bit further. But again, under Michael Scott's leadership, we did this a number of months ago. And I believe this is one of a series of initiatives in the 24th ward. All right, so with that said, work with me, staff, because we've got a fair amount of the next 16 items are part of Reclaiming Chicago initiative brought forth by the Department of Housing. We'll hear from them together. The items were introduced by Alderman Michael Scott on April 27th of 2022 and are now supported by Alderwoman Monique Scott. I will read the items out, and after a presentation is made, we'll take a motion on the items, and these items are as follows. And just to reiterate, there was in the public comment period, there were 2 witnesses that hopefully are still on the call. So they were concerned about what actually was going to be built on these items, which are their neighbors. So file number A8754 for the common address 1219 South Kedzie Avenue. The change request B33 Community Shopping District to B21 Neighborhood Mixed Use District. I believe all of these are going to be changed to B21, but let me keep reading them. File number A 8755 for the common address 1243 South Kedzie Avenue, the change request from B33 Community Shopping District to B21 Neighborhood Mixed Use District. File number A 8756, common address 1251 South Kedzie Avenue, the change request from B33 Community Shopping District to B21 Neighborhood Mixed Use District. File number A 8757, common address 1255 South Kedzie Avenue, and the change request again from B33 Community Shopping District to B21 Neighborhood Mixed Use District. File number A 8758 for the common address at 1601 South Sawyer Avenue. The change request from B32 Community Shopping District to B21 Neighborhood Mixed Use District. File number 8A 8760, common address 2116 to 2118 South Albany Avenue, and the change requests from M12 Neighborhood Manufacturing Business Park District to B21 Neighborhood Mixed Use District. File number A 8761 for the common address of 2130 South Albany Avenue, the change request from M12 Neighborhood Manufacturing Business Park District to B21 Neighborhood Mixed Use District. File number A 8762, common address is 1530 South Kedzie Avenue, and again, the change request from a B32 Community Shopping District to B21 Neighborhood Mixed Use District. File number A 8763, common address is 1549 South Chicago Avenue, and the change request B32 Community Shopping District to B21 Neighborhood Mixed Use District. File number A 8765, the common address is 1951 South Troy Street, 2016 South Albany Avenue. And the change request from C12 Neighborhood Commercial District to B21 Neighborhood Mixed Use District. File number A 8766, common address 1950 South Kedzie Avenue, and the change request from a B32 Community Shopping District to B21 Neighborhood Mixed Use District. File number A 8767, common address 1933 through 1935 South Kedzie Avenue, and the change request from B32 Community Shopping District to B21 Neighborhood Mixed Use District. File number A 8768, common address is 1902 South Kedzie Avenue, and the change request from B32 Community Shopping District to B21 Neighborhood Mixed Use District. File number A 8769, common address is 1875 South Kedzie Avenue and 3150 West 19th Street. The change request from B32 Community Shopping District to B21 Neighborhood Mixed Use District. File number A 8770, common address is 1908 South Kedzie Avenue, the change request from the B32 Community Shopping District to B21 Neighborhood Mixed Use District. And lastly, file number 8A 8771 for the common address 1957 South Kedzie Avenue, the change request. Again, B32 Community Shopping District to B21 Neighborhood Mixed Use District. And we have Brian O'Donnell, as I said earlier, here from the Department of Housing to explain this initiative in the 21st or 24th ward. All right, Brian.
Good morning, Chairman. Before I proceed, could the tech person give me screen sharing capability?
Can you try now, please?
I got it. Thank you. So good morning, Chairman Tunney, Vice Chairman Reboyeras, and committee members. For the record, my name is Brian O'Donnell, testifying for the Homeownership Bureau in the Department of Housing. The department supports the proposed zoning map amendments and as detailed by the chair. If approved, these amendments would allow for ground floor residential use. For the sake of ease and time, I have grouped the lots by block for today's presentation. The first batch of lots under consideration are on the 1200 block of South Kedzie, as you can see on this zoning map. The lots have been owned by the city and vacant for 23 to 35 years. This is a bird's eye view of the 1200 block of South Kedzie. As you can see, both sides of this block are largely vacant. The next batch of lots are on the 1900 block of South Kedzie. The lots have been owned by the city and vacant for 21 to 42 years. The bird's eye view of this block indicates predominantly residential uses, which in Lawndale means single family and two flats, sometimes a three flat thrown in. 1601 South Sawyer is a corner lot.
Hold on, Brian. Hold on one second. Hold on. So, you mentioned that these lots, as you proceed, are ground floor residential.
So we're building single family homes and the B21 allows for ground floor residential, the B32 does not. And the
Yeah,
M and-
I get that part. I get that part. But
Okay,
what I'm saying is, will these be single family homes for the
Yes.
benefit of the neighbors is what I'm
Yes.
getting at. Okay, I just want that on the record. All right,
okay.
thank you.
And they'll see the type of homes on the last slide.
Continue with the rest of them.
Okay, the 1900 block of South Kedzie, again, residential, right by the Kedzie Pink Line stop. 1601 South Sawyer is a corner lot. It is owned by the city and vacant for 21 years. It's truncated, the block is truncated by Ogden Avenue, and it's predominantly residential uses, mostly 2 and 3 unit homes. The lots on the 2100 block of South Albany currently have M1 zoning, as you can see. The lots have been owned by the city and vacant for 24 and 26 years. This aerial shows that even though the zoning is M1, the block is residential with a mix of single family homes and 2 and 3 flats. Across the street is a larger CHA rental building. The 2 lots on the 1500 block of South Kedzie have B32 zoning and have been vacant and city owned for 26 and 29 years. The block is largely residential or mixed use, most buildings being 2 or 3 stories. There's a church on the east side of the block. These 2 lots, which are across an alley from each other, one on Troy, one on Albany, currently have C12 zoning, and both have been vacant and city owned for 23 to 25 years. The east side of Troy is entirely residential, mostly 2 and 3 flats, although there is a small industrial property across the street from the 1951 property. On the Albany side, again, the west side of Albany is entirely residential with single family and 2 and 3 flat properties. As you can see, both lots are just south of the Pink Line track. South of the Pink Line track. The station will be a 3-minute walk for the new home. The last batch of lots are at 1875 South Kedzie and 3150 West 19th Street. The main parcel, the Kedzie parcel, has been city owned for 33 years, and the smaller parcel has been city owned since 1997. As is much of Lawndale, this block is peppered with 2 flats with a mid-block church. The 3150 parcel will allow the home built at 1875 South Kedzie to have alley access. As a reminder, Reclaiming Chicago is an effort to build up to 1,000 new homes across the city. And the first effort to do this is taking place in the North and South Lawndale community areas. An ordinance to approve the sale of 100 lot to the joint venture between Lawndale Christian Development Corp, or LCDC, and the Chicago Neighborhood Initiatives, or CNI, was approved by City Council in October 21. The lots under consideration today were included in the land sale ordinance. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Brian. so that's your prototype. Obviously, has construction started on the first set at all? On the first set?
No, so this is the ordinance, there were two ordinances for this. One was the land sale, which I just mentioned. The other was an infrastructure funding project ordinance. Because the lots are currently city-owned, and while the city owns the lots, we're gonna be doing site excavation, water and sewer connections, and building a foundation.
Yeah, the foundation part of it too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we talked about this, the first batch. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Alderwoman Scott, are you on the call? Would you like to speak on this, please? Okay, wait a second. So Alderwoman Scott is put a letter. Okay, Alderwoman Dowell. So this is more for the department at this point. We do have a letter of support from Alderwoman Scott. And of course, we heard loud and strong the Michael Scott when he was the alderman in the first batch. All right.
Thanks, Chairman. I remember this when it came before us before. Excited about this project. Brian, I'd like to, did you say that the city is assuming the cost for water and excavation?
Yes, Alderwoman.
Okay, so for each home, whether it's the traditional one or the modular one,
Housing with.
the city is assuming that cost. What's the funding source for that?
When the cost is TIF eligible, TIF will be funding it. There are two different TIFs, the Midwest and the Ogden-Pulaski, I believe. And then recovery grant money will be the other source.
And how much for those three items, what's the typical or the average cost per home that the city would be additional subsidy besides the land cost?
So for lots that don't need remediation, we're gonna be between $80,000 and $100,000.
So $80,000 and $100,000 for no remediation. And for houses that require remediation?
That's gonna depend on the extent of remediation, and we're still working through that with AIS. So the first lots that we're gonna be doing this on will be lots that do not need remediation.
All right, but the remediation costs would be assumed by the developer or by the city?
No, that's a TIF cost. So
It's a TIF
that would be
cost.
assumed by the city. The
Okay.
city is paying for everything. There is no developer cost.
Okay, and what's the cost to the homeowner? What's the average price for these homes?
So
With the traditional and the modular?
both of them are targeted to sell it at about $250,000.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alderwoman. So again, for the record, the city is putting the foundations in water, sewer, et cetera. This is a joint venture. Tell us the partners, I'm sorry.
It's Lawndale Christian Development Corp. and Chicago Neighborhood Initiatives.
And what is their role if they don't have a financial role? Is it just to screen and
So-
get the neighborhood excited
So-
about it, get them?
Alderman Tunney, I misunderstood your question. So in terms of building the houses, the parties I just mentioned are the two responsible parties. In terms of doing the infrastructure work and the site prep, et cetera, that's going to be Chicago Neighborhood Initiatives only.
Say it again, Brian, I'm sorry.
So, so once we complete the work and everything is signed out by the building department, we will sell the lots to the joint entity of Lawndale Christian and CNI for $1, and they will proceed to build a house. In terms of doing the actual site prep and excavation, water, sewer, and foundation, that's a project that's Chicago Neighborhood Initiatives is working on with the city.
Okay, your testimony basically said the cost of water, sewer, foundation is a city cost,
Correct.
but what, so neighborhood
The
initiatives
CNI,
actually.
Chicago
actually-
Neighborhood Initiatives will be our contractor to do all that.
Okay,
work.
okay. All right. All right. Alderwoman Dow, your hand is up again.
Yeah, just one other question. I'm just curious. This is the zoning question. Why are we doing B2-1 instead of a residential zone?
Because most of the areas are zoned that we're addressing are zone B32. And so they wanted, I think zoning wanted, that's probably Patrick could answer that better, but it's to keep it as close as possible to what's current, what the adjacent lots are.
Okay. You know, I'm very excited about this project because I think this will be the first community where we can actually demonstrate that we can bring a home to market that's under $350,000 or $350,000. I need to have that kind of housing in my ward. And I know I'm talking to Brian Essenberg about this now, but really excited about this to see how these homes are received, how they fit into the context of the Lawndale community, North Lawndale community, which mirrors Bronzeville's housing stock in many cases. So congratulations to Alderman Scott for moving this forward. Looking forward to seeing it come out the ground.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Alderman Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also commend this project. I think it's great. I was excited about it when I first saw it. Happy that Alderman Scott can carry the baton and keep it moving. Brian, so are these Kennex modular homes?
Yes. And the traditional will be built by breaking ground.
Breaking ground?
Yeah,
Okay.
they're
And
a
then-
long time Lawndale Community Development Build.
Yeah. So it's interesting. So Brian, I don't know, and maybe this is a broader question for the administration and CHA and, you know, housing and planning. Maybe CHA need to look at some of these things too. You know, we get properties that's been vacant for, you know, going almost 30 years now. And we need housing to be replaced. And so maybe they need to look at that too. Just a thought. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. So Brian, what kind of conversations you had with CHA in regards to this novel development?
Alderman Tunney, none, but I wouldn't anyway. It's not any part of my portfolio. I handle single family development and I'm trying to get the contract with CNI done and other Lawndale projects done. And so that kind of work is done above my head.
Okay. Well, again, it's probably for the administration, you know, we don't live in silos, you know, we've got a housing crisis. So I just think communication is the key. So, but on this issue, I don't see any other hands up. Is that, no? Okay. Can I get I'm going to read, do I need to read all these back in? Okay. Okay.
Chairman
So-
Tunney, someone just raised their hand.
I'm sorry. Anna?
Chairman,
Yes.
I just want to confirm, file number 8764 at 1554 Kedzie, 1559 South Kedzie. Is that deferred or was that on the list?
That individual item has been deferred.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, so let me get a motion moved to pass by the same roll call to determine quorum on the following file numbers. They're all A as in aldermanic. We'll start with 8754, 8755, 8756, 8757, 8758, 8760, 8761, 8762, 8763, 8765, 8766, 8767, 8768, 8769, 8770 and 8771. I get a motion from Alderman Pat Dowell moves to pass on these items. Any objections? Hearing none, these ordinances are passed. Congratulations to the department and Alderwoman Scott.
Thank you.
All
Chairman.
right. Okay, going back. All right, middle of page 5. That's right, there's so many ordinances. I see. Folks, we're on page 5, okay? Middle of page 5, document number A8775 in the 42nd Ward. Ordinance was referred on May 23rd of 2022. Common address is 2 through 18 East Erie Street, 1 through 7 West Huron Street, 670 through 678 North State Street, 659 through 679 North State Street. Alderman Riley.
Thank you, Chairman. As you mentioned, this address is a parcel immediately north of a hotel where we've had ongoing disciplinary issues. We had a shooting on this property, drug use, other illegal activities. And as such, the neighbors in this immediate neighborhood are very concerned about the addition of more hotel use to the block. As such, we did work with Sonder Hotels, which was interested in the property. We had them meet with various neighboring properties and residents. My office also facilitated other conversations with neighbors, and it became abundantly clear there was a resounding no to adding more hotel units to this block. And so as such, for land use planning, and as per the 2 letters I sent to your committee staff on rational basis, I'm asking my committee colleagues to support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Brendan. First of all, this item was heard in the Plan Commission. So Alderman Wagasback moves to incorporate the records from the Plan Commission by the same
Yes,
roll call
so moved,
that
Chairman.
was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Okay, so the records are incorporated to the committee, and I was on Plan Commission, as is Alderman Wagasback. So for the benefit of what Brendan is saying, that this is a change of use within the plan development to not allow any future hotel use moving forward in this plan development. Is that correct, Brendan? I think it is.
That is correct. That is correct, Chairman.
Okay, all righty. Any questions, comments? Hearing none, can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
Move to pass, Chairman. Alderman Wagasback.
Wagasback makes the motion. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, this item is passed as revised. All right.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Bottom of page 5, document number 21098 in the 6th Ward. Ordinance was referred on July 20th of 2022. The common address is 650 East 77th Street. And the change request from an RS3 residential single unit detached house district to an RM 4.5 residential multi-unit district. And we have, let's see, Tom Moore is the attorney on this.
I'm here.
All right.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mr. Moore. I can't
Thank you.
see you.
Can
we see him?
I don't know where my viewer is, but
okay.
So this is a gentleman who lives in the neighborhood and who here we go. Now I'm here.
There you are, sir. How are you today?
Very well, thank you very much. So this is a gentleman who lives in the neighborhood who bought this 4-flat, he thought it was a 5-flat at the end of the block. He only found out later when he had a disgruntled tenant that the city's records only showed it as a 4-flat. He wants to legitimize and make compliant the basement unit. He has hired an architect and has plans, and we have the support of Alderman Sawyer, and we respectfully request your support as well.
You're correct. We do have a letter of support from Alderman Sawyer. I don't know, Rod, are you still on the call?
Yes, sir. I'm still here.
Would you like to
Thank you,
comment
Chairman.
on this predicament?
Very briefly, and I apologize for not having my camera up. I'm experiencing some severe back pain, so I'm laid up. But I did have a chance to talk to the owner and Councilor Moore, and we have no objection to this amendment. He's just conforming to his prior non-conforming use.
Thank you, Alderman. Any questions for the attorney or the Alderman? Hearing none, can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum? That would be my Vice Chair
So moved.
Raboyes makes the motion. Any objections? Hearing none, this item is passed. All right, top of page 6. Let me see. Mr. Moore is still on the call. We're going to defer this item at the request of the office of the 43rd Ward.
That's right. There is, well, I believe the mayor has now appointed, and your city council will consider tomorrow confirming a new alderman, but in deference to give the new alderman an opportunity to look, this has been the process, but to allow the new alderman to be familiar with it, we'd ask that it be deferred for 1 month if that's possible.
All right, well, let me read it into the record and then I'll ask a motion to defer the item. This is document number 21106 T1 in the 43rd Ward. Ordinance was referred on July 20th of 2022. Common address is 1900 North Maud Avenue. The change request from M12 Limited Manufacturing Business Park District to an RM 4.5 Residential Multi-Unit District. Alderman Wagasback makes a motion to defer this item by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, this item will be deferred, and we hope one meeting, but that will be up to y'all, the party and the aldermen, if so approved. Thank you, Mr. Moore. We'll move on to
Thank you.
The middle of page 6. Document number 21083 in the 3rd Ward. Ordinance was referred on July 20th of 2022. Common address is 2542 through 2558 South Federal Street and 100 through 108 West 26th Street. The change request from C23 Motor Vehicle Related Commercial District to B25 Neighborhood Mixed Use District, then to a planned development. We have Carol Stubblefield. Carol.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, and members of the committee. For the record, Carol Stubblefield with Neil and Roy. Office is at 20 South Clark, here today on behalf of the applicant 548 Development LLC. With me today is AJ Patton, managing member of 548 Development, and Gregory Williams, president and principal architect of Gregory Ramone Design Studio. Mr. Chairman, this matter was heard and unanimously approved at the September 15, 2022 Chicago Plan Commission. And we ask that the findings and conclusions of the Plan Commission and all documents given to the Department of Planning and Development be adopted and incorporated into today's record.
Incorporate the records from the Plan Commission by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum.
So move.
Oh, well, that was, okay, Raboyes makes the motion. Any objections to his motion? Hearing none, the records are incorporated.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This matter requests approval to rezone the property to a residential plan development for the purpose of renovating and improving an existing vacant warehouse building with 47 dwelling units. The subject property is located on the northwest corner of South Federal and West 26th Street in the Armour Square community area in the 3rd Ward. The existing vacant warehouse building was the original home of the Rapid Roller Printing Company that opened in the late 1920s. In the late 1960s, the Nation of Islam used the building for their Muhammad Speaks newspaper production. The building has been vacant for many years. The applicant proposes to renovate the building and construct 1- and 2-story additions on the various rooftops. The project will also include amenity space on the roof for indoor and outdoor programming. 25 vehicular parking spaces and 19 bike parking spaces will be provided on site in the secured garage at the ground level, utilizing existing garage space and 2 existing garage door openings. No residential units will be contained on the ground floor level. The project will include 47 dwelling units, of which 32 will be affordable housing units. 28 of those units are assumed from Plan Development 1524, which is a 282 unit rental project at 180 North Morgan Street. 548 Development will receive a cash payment in the amount of $5.5 million to construct those assumed units. 548 Development has a 4-unit ARO obligation on the remaining units, and those remaining units out of the 42 original, 15 will be market rate. This is a sustainable project that includes solar panels on the roof for on-site emergency or energy generation, and it is a 100% electric development. The applicant has complied with all notice requirements and obtained the required approvals from the Department of Planning, or excuse me, from the Department of Transportation, Bureau of Fire Prevention, Mayor's Office for People with Disabilities, and will meet or exceed the city's equitable hiring for diversity and minority participation. The project and the zoning have the full support of the community, including the Near South Planning Board and Alderman Dow, who I believe is in attendance today at our hearing. This completes our testimony this morning, and we respectfully request your approval of the matter, and the team is available to answer any questions.
Great. Alderwoman Dow on this project, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to ask the zoning committee to give this development zoning proposal a thumbs up. I support it. It's been, as Ms. Stubblefield said, supported by the community and the Near South Side Planning Board. I want to thank AJ Patton and architect Gregory, who's the developer, and architect Gregory Williams for their hard work on this project. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Great adaptive reuse and preservation. So congrats on that.
Chairman, I'll make a motion to pass if you're ready.
All right, and I don't see any other hands up. So Alderman Wagisback makes a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing on this item is passed as revised. Congrats. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Now we're on the bottom of page 6, document number 21084 in the 4th Ward. Ordinance was referred on July 20th of 2022. Common address is 747 through 757 East 48th Street and 4800 through 4800 through 4848 South Cottage Grove Avenue. And the change request C23 Motor Vehicle Related Commercial District to C25 Motor Vehicle Related Commercial District, and then to a business plan development. Again, Carol Stubblefield on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, again, Carol Stubblefield with Neil and Leroy. Office is located at 20 South Clark, here today on behalf of the applicant Northwestern Memorial Healthcare. With me today is Charles Cloutier from Northwestern, the Director of Planning and Construction, and Paul Bryant, one of the project architects at Lamar Johnson Collaborative. Mr. Chairman, this matter was heard and unanimously approved at the September 15, 2022 Chicago Plan Commission. We ask that the findings and conclusions of the Chicago Plan Commission and all documents given to the Department of Planning and Development be adopted and incorporated into today's record.
Vice Chair Raboyes moves to incorporate the records from the Plan Commission by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the records are incorporated. If you would proceed, please.
Next slide, please. This matter requests approval to rezone the vacant property to a business plan development for the purpose of constructing the new Bronzeville Advanced Outpatient Care Center. The subject property is located in the Grand Boulevard community in the 4th Ward and is owned in part by the City of Chicago and in part by Northwestern. The applicant will acquire the city parcels at market rate through a negotiated sale application and redevelopment agreement. The project will also include the dedication of Northwestern property for the construction of a new north-south alley directly west of and abutting the subject property, stretching from East 48th Street to East 49th Street. Next slide, please. The site is located on the southwest corner of South Cottage Grove and East 48th Street. The main pedestrian entrance is mid-block along South Cottage Grove, and vehicular access to the parking garage is also along South Cottage Grove, with loading along East 48th Street directly adjacent to the new alley. Next slide, please. Actually, next slide then. The new outpatient care center will be 5 stories, approximately 102 feet tall, and approximately 120,000 square feet in building area. On the ground level, there will be retail and community space. This is a sustainable project that will seek LEED Silver certification. Next slide, please. The applicant has complied with all notice requirements and obtained the required approvals from the Department of Transportation, Bureau of Fire Prevention, and the Mayor's Office for People with Disabilities. This project will meet or exceed the city's equitable hiring goals for diversity and minority participation. The project will create approximately 1,500 temporary construction jobs and 130 permanent jobs. Over the last year and a half, the development team has worked extensively with the community and Alderman King. And there should be a letter of support on file, or Alderman King is perhaps in attendance today. That completes our testimony this morning. We respectfully request your approval of the matter, and the team is available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Alderwoman King, do you want to comment on this exciting development?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. So I'm happy about the Northwestern's Bronzeville Advanced Healthcare Facility coming into the community. As was mentioned, they've had numerous amount of community meetings and adapted and listened to what the community said they wanted. And I'm also happy that they have a robust commitment to diversity in their over $100 million budget, with an African-American prime on here, and also commitment to hiring diverse subcontractors. So I wholeheartedly support this and would ask my colleagues for their favorable support as well.
Thank you, Alderwoman. I just have one question. Obviously, I saw this at Plan Commission. Carol, we know that some of these hospital floors are higher, but how did it get to 102 feet with just 5 floors? That sounds like an average of 20 feet of floor.
I'm going to ask Paul Bryant from Lamar Johnson, who's on our call today, the project architect, to maybe answer that question about, the floor levels and how 5 stories got to 102. I think that also includes, I would say before Paul jumps on, I think it includes some of that mechanical space that's enclosed on top that you can see, but I'm going to let Paul speak to that specifically. Paul, are you on the call?
I am, yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Carol. Yes, Carol, that is correct. The building height of 102 feet is driven essentially by the mechanical penthouse up on the roof level, and the elevator overrun associated with getting to that level.
And the department has verified that adds to the height. I get the reality, but oftentimes the mechanicals are not part of the legal zoning height.
That's correct. And I think that when we think about improvements, mechanicals, et cetera, that are located on the roof, if it's enclosed and it is in excess of 6.6 feet 9 inches, it is considered a floor. So based on our discussions with the department, 102 was the max of the building height. Now I don't have apologies. I don't have
It's more technical in nature, Carol.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. And of course, it's obviously has been vetted and supported by the alderwoman in their community. So it's obviously an amazing resource. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments from committee members? If not, can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So moved, Chairman. Alderman Wagasback.
Alderman Wagasback makes the motion. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, this item is passed as revised. And we are going to stay in the 4th ward on top. Thank you, Carol. All right, top of page 7. Document number 21085, 4th ward. Ordinance was referred on July 20th of 2022. And this change request is a plan development change and amendment number 815 to 815 as amended. And we have Katrina McGuire on this item. Katrina?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Katrina McGuire from Thompson Coburn here. It's my pleasure to be here on behalf of Family Roots LLC. Matthew Brewer of Family Roots is joining me this morning. This is a matter that went to Plan Commission on September 15th, and accordingly, we would ask that the record of the Plan Commission proceedings be incorporated herein.
So Alderman Cardona moves to incorporate the records from the Plan Commission by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the records are incorporated and proceed.
Thank you. So the purpose of this amendment was actually very simple. It was simply to amend the use list within subarea B of PD 815 in order to allow the applicant to move forward to the Zoning Board of Appeals for an application for a special use for a cannabis dispensary. The cannabis dispensary is not being approved as part of this amendment. Again, as I noted, is simply to allow us to advance to the Zoning Board of Appeals for that approval, to engage in further community meetings as required by the Zoning Board of Appeals rules, as well as provide notice of those meetings as well as hearings as required. And with that, we have no further presentation, but again, my client Matt Brewer is on as well if there's any questions.
All right. Questions by committee members? If not, Alderwoman King on this item, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. This, as you know, is a dispensary that would like to locate in the ward. We had a detailed meeting with the public before this zoning application was submitted, and the applicant came in freely and heard, feedback from the residents. Most of the negative feedback was about issues that we already have on Wabash and Roosevelt Road. Also, there's kind of a fear of the negative impacts of dispensaries, which we know have been unfounded. I also said, during the Planning Commission that, I also, had some similar fears, but have visited dispensary in the West Loop and have, kept up with how dispensaries are doing. And, they're very regulated and secure. With that in mind, and also the fact that this is a social equity applicant, and we know that they've been waiting years to start dispensaries in the city. We could have a whole nother meeting on why, but I think they deserve to be in high traffic areas as well. To that end, the applicant has said, he will engage in other community meetings. And for these reasons, I'm in support of this project moving forward, and would also love to have your favorable, the committee's favorable decision on this as well.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Alderman Mike Rodriguez has his hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to congratulate Alderwoman King on a real wise look at this issue. And sometimes it's nuanced, and it seems like you've dotted your I's and crossed your T's. So kudos, and just wanted to move to pass, Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions? I just have one comment, just so I think there was a caller, Alderwoman King, that was in opposition to this. I understand the community process portion of it, but this is where the Potbelly, where was the?
Yeah, there's a
We don't
currently
have a picture we don't have, does Katrina have a picture of the building? I know it was at Plan Commission.
Yeah, it's right on Roosevelt Road, just a little west of Michigan. You know, in the Potbelly location across from an
It's the
Amico.
one-story building, right? Is it one story? Or
Yeah, well, it's a two-story building.
Yeah,
It may,
okay.
it may even be three actually, but Trader Joe's is near there, in the same building, Potbelly's. You know,
Okay.
really, the Red Line is, you know, right next door. So,
Yeah.
across Wabash, just west of Wabash. So it's a very vibrant area. And, you know, we have had some concerns over there. New commander seems to be handling those, but they have nothing to do with the dispensary. And
Okay.
so,
Great. As one who has a dispensary, the perimeter security is somewhat reassuring to the neighbors, you know, so. All right, and again, just as we all know, this is the first step, the zoning board of appeals. And then obviously, at the end of the day, the state has their final say on this, but this is part of the process. So I appreciate your leadership on the issue. And we have Mike Rodriguez with the motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to his motion? Hearing none, this item is passed as revised. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Middle of page 6, document number 21107 in the 6th Ward. Ordinance was referred on July 20th of 2022, and the common address is 6930 through 6962 South Vincennes Avenue, and also 100 through 108 West 70th Street. And we have the change request from an RT4 residential 2-flat townhouse and multi-unit district to B13 neighborhood shopping district. Scott Bornstein on this item in 6.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Scott Borstein from the law offices of Neal and Leroy here on behalf of POA, Preservation for Affordable Housing. This is really a technical amendment. There's no change to the building, no changes to the use, other than we do have a new ground floor commercial tenant that's going to be expanding. And so we did some research to try to determine whether this was a pre-existing legal use, because there have been some commercial users on the ground floor. It's the office management company, but it didn't date back far enough to get us into the legal non-conforming status. So the only way to correct it was to change the zoning. And then when we did that, we thought, okay, we would just clean it up and get it as close in terms of FAR and number of units and so forth under the proposed zoning. So that's what we're doing here. There's no change. You know, POA is going to continue to own the building, and there will just be a new office management company on the ground floor. You should have a letter of support from Alderman Sawyer, but I see that he was here before. I'm not sure if he's still here, if he wants to
I'm
testify.
still here, Scott. Good afternoon.
All right,
Terrific.
Alderman Sawyer on this item on Vincennes.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon to everyone. Again, yeah, we are very aware of the prior uses of the building. We're around the building quite often, and we support the technical change. And I hope that I can get favorable consideration.
Thank you, Rod. Any questions for the applicant or the alderman? Hearing none, can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
No move.
My Vice Chair Roboyes makes the motion. Any opposition or questions? No. All right. Hearing none, this item is passed.
Thank you so much.
Bottom of page 7, document number 21096 T1 in the 30th Ward. Ordinance was referred on July 20th of 2022. Common address 3100 North LeClaire Avenue, and the change request from an RS3 residential single detached house district to an RM5 residential multi-unit district. And we have Mark Kupiec on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mark Kupiec. I'm an attorney with offices at 77 West Washington. I represent the applicant. This is for the property 3100 North LeClaire Avenue. The applicant LLC, the sole member of the LLC is Tony Santiago. Tony bought this building a while back as a 6-flat with 2 basement apartments. More recently, a city inspector questioned the permit history of the basement units, and we were not able to find any permit history for those basement apartments. Tony hired an architect to apply for a permit, was advised that he would need to change this zoning change in order to keep those 2 basement units. Please note, we're 3100 North, about a block off Belmont Avenue. And I believe under that new changes to the zoning ordinance, I believe that Belmont at this stretch is a TSL bus corridor now. So perhaps a good spot to add some additional units. We did speak to Alderman Roboyras about this application, and he mentioned that he's going to be on the call, so I would defer to him.
Thank you, Mark. Alderman Raboyes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Attorney Kupiec. This is a simple matter, Mr. Chair. It's an existing building, and we just want to, I fully support this. We're going to bring this building into compliance. So I ask for your favorable vote on the matter before you.
Thank you. Questions for the applicant or the alderman? Hearing none, can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So move, Alderman Cardona.
Alderman Cardona makes the motion. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, the item is passed. All right, moving on, page 8, document number 21099 T1. In the 25th Ward, ordinance was referred on July 20th of 2022. Common address 1836 West 18th Street, and the change request from B32 Community Shopping District to B23 Neighborhood Mixed Use District. We have Tyler Manick on this item.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Tyler Manick of Shane Banks, Kenny and Schwartz. I'm here on behalf of the applicant Agar Holdings, which owns the subject property at 1836 West 18th Street. The property is located in a B32 community shopping district. The property is currently improved with a 2.5-story residential building with 6 dwelling units. The applicant seeks to add a 7th dwelling unit by building out the attic level into a 3rd story, which will be set back from the front elevation in order to preserve the front facade of this building. The applicant also proposes to add 3 parking spaces, as the building currently has 0 parking spaces provided. Other than dormering the attic, the building will be preserved. Prior to filing this application, the owner met with the alderman and engaged in a series of meetings with the Alderman Zoning Advisory Board to come to the project before the committee. As a result of those meetings, the applicant agreed to preserve the building's original facade and enter into a covenant to offer a 1st floor dwelling unit compliant with ADA to be rented at an affordable rate pursuant to the Department of Housing's ARO guidelines. To accomplish this redevelopment, the applicant seeks a type 1 zoning map amendment from a B32 to a B23 neighborhood mixed use district. The committee has a letter of support on file. I know the alderman's on this call. And as a result, I respectfully request this committee's favorable recommendation to pass the zoning map amendment.
All right, Tyler, thank you for the presentation. Alderman Cicho Lopez, do you want to comment on this item in 25?
Thank you so much, Chairman, and thank you to the applicant. Yes, we have gone on a few meetings with the Zoning Advisory Board. I'm glad that the applicant worked with us to make sure that this extra unit is in conformity with the surrounding area, but also provides an extra affordable, accessible dwelling unit that is badly needed. So thank you to the applicant, and thanks to the Zoning Advisory Board for their work. So I'll be asking the committee for a favorable vote on this item. And thank you again, Chairman.
Thank you, Alderman. Questions for the applicant or the alderman? Hearing none, can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So moved,
Chairman.
That would be Alderman Wagasback makes the motion. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, the item is passed. All right. Bottom of page 8. Oh, I'm sorry. We have to read it in?
Yeah.
Okay. Middle of page 8, document number 21100T1 in the 28th Ward. Ordinance was referred on July 20th of 2022. Common address is 1434 West Flournoy. And the change request from an RT4 residential 2-flat townhouse in multi-unit district to B23 neighborhood mixed-use district. And I believe this item is being deferred at the request of the attorney and the alderman. So we're going to ask, I need a motion to defer this item by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum.
So move.
Vice Chair Raboyes makes the motion to defer. Any objections? Hearing none, this item will be deferred. Bottom of page 8, document number 21102 in the 22nd ward. Ordinance was referred on July 20th of 2022. Common address 3801 West 26th Street, and the change request from B32 Community Shopping District to B33 Community Shopping District. Rolando Acosta.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My apologies because it appears that my camera doesn't seem to be, I don't have the function to turn it on, but don't want to delay you. Oh, hold on. There, I was upgraded again to a panelist.
Okay.
Good afternoon again. Rolando Acosta here on behalf of the applicant. The property before you is at the southwest corner of 26th Street and Hamlin. It is currently improved with a 3-story building that has been vacant for a very long time, more than a decade, probably more than 2 decades. The ground floor of the building is to be rehabilitated for a restaurant, Carnitas Urupan, which is a Chicago favorite. And then the proposed rezoning is to allow the upper 2 floors, which are vacant, to be converted to residential use with 8 dwelling units on those floors, 4 per floor. Parking for the property will be provided in an existing lot that is owned by the applicant that is approximately about 50 feet north of the property on Hamlin. We have met with the alderman. I believe he is supportive and the community is supportive of this proposed rezoning because it will bring this building back into productive use and provide housing in the area. With that, Mr. Chairman, I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, this item is in the 22nd ward. Alderman Mike Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a great project. So excited about this. Our community is very excited about this. The historic 26th Street, the second Magnificent Mile, has had an eyesore for the better part of 2 decades. And the building, while not formally historic, certainly is historic in the minds of the residents and those who have come to Little Village for over the years as one of the most iconic buildings in our ward. And we are finally getting a badly needed facelift here. This is a Latino-owned restaurant, longtime restaurant from Pilsen, expanding into Little Village. Everything they've proposed here has been passed through my advisory council, block club meeting, block club folks, and with great enthusiasm, the neighborhood is supportive of this effort. Not only are we bringing another famed restaurant to the community, but we are also creating a housing density with more apartments here, and relieving some of our parking issues in the ward, hopefully through this effort as well. Can't say enough about this project. Those moving it forward, we are 100% in support, and I urge my colleagues to be as supportive as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Thank you, Mike. Sounds like an exciting project, especially the building has been vacant for a number of years, right?
Oh yeah, it's been vacant for a long time, and you know it's got some peculiars to it. Very high ceilings on the 2nd and 3rd floor, which are creatively being adapted for this project. So really excited.
All right. Questions, comments, committee members? Hearing none, can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So moved, Alderwoman Hadden.
Alderwoman Hadden makes the motion. Any objections to her motion? Hearing none, this item is passed. All right.
Thank you.
Top of page 9. We did that one. So we're now in the 14th ward. Document number 21090, 14th ward. Ordinance was referred on July 20th of 2022. Common address is 2833 West 47th Street. 2749 through 2757, and 2749 through 2745 West 47th Street. Is that right? They're both on the same side? We're on both sides. All right, let's just read it. From 2749 through 2757 West 47th Street and 4717 through 4723 South California. This change request from C33 Commercial Manufacturing and Employment District, B31 Community Shopping District, and M12 Limited Manufacturing Business Park District, all to a C33 Commercial Manufacturing and Employment District, and then to a business plan development. We have Lenny Asaro on this item in 14.
Good afternoon, Chairman Tunney. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good morning, good afternoon, Chairman Tunney and members of the committee. My name is Lenny Asaro. I'm a partner at the law firm of Faegre Drinker, Biddle and Reith. We represent the applicant, Healthy Brighton. Members of the committee, on August 18th, 2022, the Plan Commission voted to recommend approval of this plan development application. Pursuant to that, I would request that this committee incorporate into the records that were presented and incorporated at the Plan Commission.
Okay,
So
before we
moved.
get into the presentation here, the common addresses here, help me here. We've got 2833 West 47th Street, and then we have two seem to be overlapping 2749 through 57 West 47th Street. Is that some kind of typo, or what am I doing here?
It's a typo.
So we should, for the presentation, it should be just 2749 through 57 West 47th Street.
Actually, no, Chairman, it is, so it's one parcel that has two lots, and that's at the corner, the south east corner of California and 47th. So that address, I believe, should be 2755 through 57. And then we skip over two lots going towards the east, and that address should be 2749-2745.
Okay, so let me read that again, if I'm correct in saying that the common address is 2833 West 47th Street, 2755 through 2757, and 2749 through 2745 on West 47th Street. And then, of
Correct.
course, 4717 through 4723 South California Avenue. Okay,
Correct.
just another typo, but that's okay. Just so we have it straight for the record. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairman. Apologize for that typo. Members of the committee, Esperanza Health Centers is planning a significant expansion of healthcare services at its flagship location, Esperanza Brighton Park, which is known as BP1. It's located at 4700 South California Avenue, which is at the southwest corner of 47th in California. Esperanza plans to construct a separate second building, BP2, immediately south of and adjacent to BP1. Both buildings will be located on the same zoning lot. The slide that you see there is a slide of the prior slide is a slide of the existing building BP1. And then on the bottom right is a picture of the proposed location for BP2, which is immediately south of BP1. Both buildings will be located on the same zoning lot. To support BP1 and BP2, ancillary parking will be constructed on the east side of California Avenue, across the street from BP1 and BP2, as you can see on this site plan. BP2 will provide more needed healthcare and social services to Chicago Southwest Side. The 43,000 square foot annex will offer expanded medical and behavioral health services, comprehensive senior programming, a family medicine residency program with Rush University Medical Center to train the next generation of community-based physicians, multiple indoor and outdoor spaces for health, learning, and recreation, a community super lobby, full service cafe, a public plaza, and a linked pedestrian pathway between BP1 and BP2 that will provide safety for pedestrians and a quarter-mile walking track that encourages movement and physical activity. The slide that you see there is a showing of the sub-area maps. There will be 4 sub-areas, A, B, C, and D. Next slide. This drawing is a rendering of the north exterior elevation of BP2. Next slide. And that is it. Chairman, we have today with us Heidi Ortolaza Alviar, Vice President of Strategy and Business Development from Esperanza Health Centers. Also, we have Carrie Berg, Senior Project Manager and Construction Manager.
Berg's okay.
At Urban Works.
Yeah.
And then lastly, Kara Goldsberry, Project Manager at McNitt Consulting, available to answer any questions about this application for this plan development.
Okay, so first of all, I'm going to ask Alderman Wagasback will move to incorporate the plans from the records from the Plan Commission by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum.
So moved, Chairman.
We'll get that procedurally done. Any objections to that? Hearing none, the records are incorporated. We've heard the discussion. My understanding is, as you say, item was passed by Plan Commission with the support of Alderman Burke.
That is correct, Your Honor. I neglected to mention that. Trying to speed through your busy call. We do have a letter of support from Alderman Burke.
Okay. Questions, comments on this, again, needed resource on the southwest side? Hearing none, can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So moved, Chairman. Alderman Wagasback.
Alderman Wagasback makes the motion. Any objections to his motion? Hearing none, this item is passed as revised.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee.
Okay, all right. Let me just see. Okay, on the next 2 items, we will be deferring them based on who's work.
The attorney.
The attorney, okay. So Amy Curson is on the call, I hope, or is she on the call?
It was prior to.
Okay, all right. So the next 2 items, and I'll read them into the record, file number 21108 T1 in the 20th Ward. Ordinance was referred on July 20th of 2022. This common address is 1515 through 1525 West 47th Street and 4701. I'm sorry, 4701 through 4711 South Justine. That one, I need a motion to defer on that item.
So moved by Alderman David Moore.
Alderman David Moore moves to defer this item by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Objections? Hearing none, the item is deferred. Now we're going to defer this item, and this item is document number 21109 T1 20th Ward. Ordinance was referred on July 20th of 2022. Common address 1641 West 47th Street. Again, it's a B31 to a C13. Alderman Moore, will you make a motion to defer this item?
So moved.
Moved by Alderman David Moore to defer the item by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to the deferral? Hearing none, this item again will be deferred. All right, middle of page 10. Document number 21092. 21st Ward. Ordinance was referred on July 20th of 2022. Common address 8900 South Genoa Avenue or Genoa Avenue. Change request M11 Limited Manufacturing Business Park District to M21 Light Industry District. Is it Lynn Harris on this item in 21?
Excuse me. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Linda Smith, representative for Safety and Security Real Estate Solutions LLC, the applicant and owner of the subject property in front of you today. The subject property is a vacant lot with a garage. We seek to rezone the property from M11 to M21 in order to build a craft grow facility for growing and processing cannabis with a 20 parking space on site. We have a letter of support from Alderman Howard Brookins, which we have supplied to the committee, and we are seeking a favorable consideration on this matter.
And thank you. And for the record, I had Lynn Harris. Obviously, you're not Lynn Harris.
Correct.
Did-
Also indicated that I would be an authorized representative. and we-
Okay, all right. Well, nice to have you. Let's put
Thank
that
you so much.
All right. So we have Alderman Brookins on this item.
Yeah, this is a African American business to do a craft grow in the area, which is really a commercial area. The other owners in the area have no objection. I have no objection, as many people know that grow areas will be one of the most secure and not necessarily a lot of traffic in and out. It is not in a residential area. So your most favorable consideration on this matter is greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Howard. Questions for the applicant or the alderman? Hearing none, can I get a motion to move to pass for the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So moved, Chairman. Alderman Wagasback.
Alderman Wagasback makes the motion. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, the item is passed. Howard, we're going to move a little out of order to accommodate you on your other item. What page are we on?
Thank
All
you,
right.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right, so middle of page 14. And let me read it into the record. Document number 20996 in the 21st Ward. Ordinance was referred on April 27th of 2022. Common address 201 through 357 West 83rd Street, 8301 through 8455 South Stewart Avenue. And the change request from business plan development number 966 to business plan development number 966 as amended. This is the car wash. We had a number of objectors on and a petition with a lot of signatures, quite a few hundred. So our attorney on this is Meg George or Chris Leach.
Yes, good afternoon, good morning, Chairman Tunney. This is Chris Leach filling in for Meg George. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. My name is Chris Leach. I'm an attorney with the law offices of Ackerman LLP, located at 71 South Wacker Drive. I'm appearing this morning on behalf of the applicant SDR Chatham LLC in connection with the amendment to Business Plan Development 966 concerning Outlot B. The subject property is located in the 21st Ward and bears the common address of 201 through 367 West 83rd Street and 8301 through 8455 South Stewart Avenue. Before presenting the details of this proposed amendment, I would like to inform the committee that this application received the unanimous recommendation of the Chicago Plan Commission at its meeting held on August 18th, 2022.
What about this address? He said,
I respectfully request that the report of the proceedings before the Chicago Plan Commission, together with all reports and documents previously transmitted to the Department of Planning and Development, be incorporated into and made part of the record of this proceeding.
all right, Chris, as you read into the address, I don't mean to be a stickler about addresses. Could you repeat the address on 83rd, West 83rd?
Yes, at 201-367 West 83rd Street. I see on yours it says 357. Let me just check and make sure. I'm sorry, it is 357. You have it correct. I read it wrong.
Okay, that's easy. Okay. All right, so we need a motion to incorporate. Okay, so Alderman Wagasback moves to incorporate the records from the Plan Commission by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to that? Hearing none, the records are incorporated. So continue.
Thank you very much.
Hold on a second. Hold on before we go. We got the Records Incorporated, but Alderman David Moore has his hand up.
It's regarding the overall project. I'll let him finish and then you can call on me.
Okay, we'll do the we'll do the presentation and go back to Alderman David Moore. Is that right, David?
That's correct.
Okay, Chris, continue, please.
Thank you very much. PD 966 was initially approved in September 29, 2004, and encompasses the entire Chatham Market Shopping Center consisting of approximately 42 acres. The proposed amendment before you today is to add the permitted use of a car wash and cleaning services to Outlot B to allow Outlot B to be improved with a one-story car wash building, 4,775 feet in size, with 26 on-site parking spaces. Access to the site will be from the existing driveway on 83rd Street and from access drives within the Chatham Market Shopping Center.
Hold on. We've got an aerial, but where is, can someone point out where this?
Yeah, the subject site is.
Okay, but what is it? What is it? I see Planet Fitness, and what is it on the? No, Lowe's I see, but immediately on 83rd Street. Is that a vacant lot or?
This is, yeah, that's vacant lot, and the subject site is also a vacant lot.
Okay, just want to put it in a perspective because we have a lot, we had a lot of comment on this. And
No, I appreciate that. Yes.
Okay.
The subject site, although it's shaded, it looks just like the one to the right there. It's a vacant lot. It's a grass vacant lot right now,
okay,
unimproved. And the proposed development does not add any new curb cuts to 83rd Street. The car wash facility will be extensively landscaped with grass parkways surrounding the site and with 31 new trees added to the 4 existing trees and new shrubs and fencing along 83rd Street. The facility has, like I mentioned before, 26 on-site parking spaces and 3 lanes of stacking area to accommodate all customer vehicles on site. The proposed amendment does not make any other changes to PD 966. The economic and community benefits of the proposed amendment include a $5 million investment in the Chatham community area, the activation of a vacant, unimproved outlot within PD 966, fronting on 83rd Street, the creation of approximately 100 construction jobs, the creation of approximately 8 permanent jobs, and a commitment to the MBE WBE city residency participation goals of 26%, 6%, and 50%. The applicant has received a letter of support from Alderman Brookins and has participated in a community meeting hosted by Alderman Brookins as well. On behalf of the applicant, I would like to thank Alderman Brookins and his staff and the staff of DPD for their work on this project, particularly Patrick Brutus. I stand ready to answer any questions that you may have and ask for your favorable recommendation. Thank you very much.
all right, Chris. I see Alderman Moore's hand up. Please, David.
Yes, thank you. Always, unless it's something that fully impacts me or my constituents, I always defer to the alderman who, in most cases, our aldermen try to do their due diligence to work with the community. And have no doubt that Howard Brookins had a community meeting. Unfortunately, on my end, at a West Chatham meeting, which is a very vocal voice in the community, if it was one person, I can see, but there was some concerns by the last meeting I was in, had to have about 50 to 60 members there, had some concerns, and I don't know if the chairman want to speak on that or how we could possibly, if he would consider holding it or having some discussion with the West Chatham community group to see how they can get on board. It'll be very important for me that they are on board, given that's one of the strongest voices in the West Chatham area. And so I don't know if Chairman Brookins want to speak to that, but I want to support it with their support, but right now their support isn't there. And I want to, if Howard Brookins, before I take a position on this, if he can comment on that.
So certainly, I
All right,
believe that-
hold on a second. Howard, it's obviously your ward. Can you comment on Alderman David Moore's concern?
Absolutely. So I assume that he's talking about a meeting that just happened recently, which I've been told from my sources I was purposely not invited to come to because they knew my stand. We've had several meetings regarding this, Alderman Moore, but specifically I talked to Ms. Turner and other people 4 years ago regarding this. I held this this property 4 years ago because they had some concerns. If you listen to what Ms. Turner said this morning and Ms. Baldwin, who was also president of that organization at one time, they said that they objected for 2 reasons. The first reason was they just didn't want a car wash, period. End of story. And it's nothing that I'm going to be able to do to convince them with respect to a car wash. The second reason that Ms. Baldwin stated was that she was concerned about some flooding with respect to the area. With respect to, let me take the easiest one. With respect to flooding, one, these are modern car washes. They use little to no water. They reclaim the water. But more importantly, when it's raining, people don't get car washes. So there is no adding to the sewer system that would overtax any system because nobody is going to get a car wash while it is actively raining outside. With respect to the second, the main complaint of the residents in West Chatham is, we just don't want a car wash. Why don't you try to get something else? This property was vacant for more than or approximately 40 years. When we first decided to develop this with the Walmart and Lowe's, you know the history as to how long it took to get those stores and retailers open. I have worked tirelessly every day for nearly 20 years to get this mall filled with anybody that I could get in there that made sense to the community. A car wash, so after 4 years, and we have lobbied a variety of businesses to come, we are not able to get anybody who wanted to invest their money with respect to the subject site here, despite all of our efforts in going back and forth. I don't pick winners and losers. And if the main reason is we don't want a car wash because there's a car wash on 79th and Vincennes, and there's a car wash on 75th and State Street, and there's a car wash on 83rd Street. I also would point out that there's a McDonald's on 87th near State Street. There's a Burger King across the street. There's a Wendy's on Lafayette. But you kind of get what I'm saying. I don't pick those winners and losers. When people want to invest their money in the community, and particularly with respect to Buddy Bear, who does a yeoman's job of one, making sure that his facility is clean, making sure that people are not hanging out at the particular location, then they are welcome with respect to our community. We still also had a significantly larger parcel of property, which is approximately 3 acres to the immediate east, that we've been having a difficult time trying to get some business to develop that area. So I hear you with respect to the meetings, they just don't like the answer. And it is unfortunate that if those are the 2 reasons why you're opposing these development, they don't make logical sense nor hold up with respect to the reality of this particular site. Last but not least, business begets business. These businesses in this mall are in a fragile state. As you know, Alderman Moore, Walmart almost did not open back up after the store was significantly damaged and burned down. The numbers for the sales in the store are not great. We do need to drive traffic to these particular retailers for them to be successful, or else we will be another go small with businesses leaving. And so I implore my colleagues on this committee to defer to my judgment with respect to this and trying to get businesses in my community. And as I say, you heard it from them. The two reasons they gave you were, one, we don't want flooding, and two, we just don't want a car wash. Thank you.
Spoken like a veteran alderman.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank
All right, David, anything else in comment to that or other questions, comments from committee members? All right, hearing no more questions or comments, can I get a motion to move do pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So moved, Chairman Alderman Wagisback.
Alderman Wagisback makes the motion to move do pass. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, this item is passed as revised.
Thank
All right.
you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Back to the bottom of page 10. Document number 21101, T1 in the 27th Ward. Ordinance was referred on July 20th of 2022. Common address is 2654 West Adams Street. And the change request from M12 Limited Manufacturing Business Park District to an RT4 residential 2-flat townhouse and multi-unit district. And we have Miss Sarah Barnes. Sarah?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Sarah Barnes, and I'm an attorney with the law offices of CM Banks. Please forgive me. I'm still a little, good news for you, Mr. Chairman. I'm still a little under the weather from last week. And so my voice might come and go. I'm going to do my best to get through the next couple cases and be as brief as possible. If you guys lose me at any point, just nudge me via voice. I'm super happy to be here this afternoon on behalf of the applicants, Judah Investments LLC and MKB Business Strategies LLC. This proposal is actually quite similar to the amazing efforts that we saw in the 24th Ward earlier, but at an individual scale. The subject property is currently part of a packet of properties on West Adams Street that still has an underlying zoning classification of manufacturing, even though most of the improved lots in that area are residential. My clients, the current property owners, actually purchased this property from the city about a year ago with the intention of building affordable housing over affordable single-family homes in this part of the ward. So towards that end, the proposal does call for the permitting of a new 2-story single-family residence that will have off-street parking for 2 vehicles. Again, the intention is to make this home available at a very affordable rate to people in need within the 27th Ward. Towards that end, the applicant has engaged ongoingly with the Garfield Park Community Council towards these efforts over the last year, and a community meeting was also had related to this proposal. I'm happy to advise that we do have the support of the Garfield Park Community Council. And we too have engaged with Alderman Burnett in this respect, and I believe he might still be in the meeting and can make further comments towards these ends.
All right, let's hear from Alderman Burnett. And you said brief, so we got a couple to get through. So,
Sorry,
for your
thank you.
voice and for our ears.
Thank you.
Let's hear from Alderman Burnett.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the councilor said, we did have a community meeting in regards to this development and several other developments. This is one of the city lots for working families that they're engaged with, where they have to do a certain percentage affordable and a certain percentage market rate. working with the Department of Housing. They bidded on several pieces of property. This developer, one of the development partners is a guy by the name of Melvin Bailey, who's actually a young man who pulled himself up by the bootstraps. He used to march on construction sites. Now he's doing construction. And he's motivating and encouraging so many other people who was doing negative things to do positive things. So the community is wrapping their arms around him. This would be his second or third development, working with Mr. Judah. And we look forward to seeing them build some affordable housing in this area. And the community supports it. I support it. And I know the Department of Housing, which is working with them on these lots, support it also. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Burnett. Questions for the Alderman or the applicant? Hearing none, can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So moved, Chairman. Alderman Wagisback.
Wagisback makes the motion. Any objections to his motion? Hearing none, the item is passed. All right. Page 11. Top of page 11, document number 20814 in the second ward. Ordinance was referred on September 14th of 21. Address 2258 through 2276 North Clybourne, and the change request. Institutional Business Plan Development number 1189 and M12 Limited Manufacturing Business Park District, all to a C22 motor vehicle related commercial district, and then to institutional business plan development 1189 as amended. All right, Sarah Barnes.
Thank you. Once more, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, for the record, my name is Sarah Barnes and I'm an attorney with the law offices of CM Banks. I'm here this afternoon on behalf of the applicant, the Salvation Army, who owns the subject property and has been operating their flagship family thrift store and a no-fee adult rehabilitation center at the subject property since 2012. That was part of the original plan development, which we are here today seeking to amend. Towards that end, Mr. Chairman, and for your recollection, we did present this proposal and application to the Chicago Plan Commission at their public meeting on July 21st, 2022, wherein it received unanimous approval. I would therefore please seek to have the record of those proceedings adopted into the record here today.
Incorporate the records from the Plan Commission by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the records are incorporated. If you would continue, please.
Sure. The reason we are here today is the original plan development from 2012 did omit a couple of adjacent parcels that have frontage on Clybourne Avenue, which were under private ownership at the time. So there's kind of a notch in the boundary of the plan development. Salvation Army recently had an opportunity to acquire one of those sites, which it did with the intent to expand their off-street parking accommodations to service the existing rehabilitation facility as well as their family thrift store. So it's not super exciting, but we are just adding, currently there's 145 parking spaces that service these existing uses, and we're adding 15, which includes some ADA compliant and accessible parking spaces. Beyond the new surface parking lot, there will be no expansion to the physicality of the existing improvements or their uses. This is only to permit the additional 15 parking spaces. With that, we worked actually for quite a while with Alderman Hopkins, as well as with the city's Department of Transportation to ensure that the addition of these 15 parking spaces would not have any sort of adverse impact on the adjacent community because it is near a pretty busy intersection. We do have the support of all of the internal divisions within the Department of Planning and Development, as well as the support of Alderman Hopkins, who has issued a letter of support memorializing and acknowledging his consent to this amendment. So with no further ado, I do respectfully request that the committee's approval of this amendment to the plan development.
Thank you, Sarah. This went through Plan Commission with Alderman Hopkins' support. I don't think Alderman is on the call. Oh, is he? Oh, Brian, you want to comment on the Clybourne lot, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to add to what Counsel for the applicant said, we did go through an extensive review process with CDOT traffic engineers just to try and maximize the efficiency for this lot. It's important we do that because this is not just a thrift store and a rehab facility. It's also a drive-through donation center. So a significant amount of the traffic generated at this lot is people just driving in to donate supplies. And they want to get in off Clybourne, empty their trunk or whatever they're doing and move out quickly. And sometimes they can't do that because there's too many cars in the parking lot, circling the lot, looking for a space. This will alleviate that problem. This is one of the busiest thrift stores and donation drop-off centers in the entire Salvation Army system. And we like it. We're glad to have it in our community, but this will definitely reduce the traffic impact on the nearby busy intersection that Council alluded to, which is Clybourne and Ashland. So I'm in full support of this. The community is in full support of this, and I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Questions for the Alderman or the applicants? Hearing none, Vice Chair Raboyes moves to pass by the same roll call that established quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the item is passed. All right, I'm going to ask my pass as revised, I'm sorry. I'm going to hand the gavel over to my vice chair for an application in 44. Alderman Raboyes.
Thank you, Chairman. In the 44th Ward, file number 21066, which was referred on 6/22/2022, for the address commonly known as 3355 North Southport Avenue. The change request is a B3-2 Community Shopping District to a B3-3 Community Shopping District. This item has a substitute narrative plans. Alderman Cardona moves to accept the substitute and narrative plans for the type 1 application by the same roll call used to determine quorum. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the substitute narrative and plans are accepted. We have attorney Sarah Barnes here to present on this matter. Sarah?
Thank you, Vice Chair Raboyes. I will like you to continue and do my full presentation because you just took a lot of the work away from me. Thank you. I appreciate it. Once more for the record, my name is Sarah Barnes and I'm an attorney with the law offices of Sam Banks. With regard to the substitute type 1 narrative, I would like to note for the record that because this type 1 TSL application was submitted and introduced into City Council in June 2022, prior to final ratification of the subsequent community connection ordinance, we are proposing this type 1 be adopted pursuant to the prior provisions of the transit served location ordinance, and that is referenced in the substitute narrative. With that, we are here today seeking approval of the proposed type 1 zoning map amendment pursuant to the transit served location provisions of the current zoning ordinance in order to allow for the construction of a new 4-story mixed-use building at the subject property, which such building will feature new commercial space on the first floor and a total of 6 dwelling units on and between the 2nd through 4th floors. Because the subject site is located less than 500 feet from the CTA Southport Brown Line entrance to the train, we are seeking this a parking reduction from 6 down to 1 ADA compliant parking space. As Alderman Tunney knows, the owner of the subject property and his family have owned and been vested members of this particular part of the ward for many, many, many years, over a quarter of a century. And He owns several similar buildings in this neighborhood on Southport Avenue, and none of those buildings have on-site parking, and it hasn't been demanded as well. So that has been tested to be true. So we do feel like one parking space is more than sufficient for the proposed new development. With that, pursuant to the transit served location provisions of the zoning ordinance, we are also seeking, with pursuant to this type 1 application, an increase to the maximum allowable FAR up to a 3.5, as well as a height increase. Again, that has all been set forth in the type 1 narrative. And is also memorialized in the type 1 plan package. Towards these ends, we have engaged with the West Lakeview Neighbors Association, and they actually had some very meaningful input on the design for the building, which can be found in the substitute plan package. In the end, we have the favorable support of the West Lakeview Neighbors Association, and Chairman Tunney, if you would like to take over the microphone and have any additional comments, it's all yours.
Sarah, those are my words.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I know.
Vice
Chairman-
Chairman Raboyres.
Thank you,
if would
Sarah.
like to.
Chairman
Yeah,
Tunney,
but-
would you like to speak on the matter?
I would, and be brief. It made some changes. This is a new commercial on that Southport amazing corridor, so it's definitely a plus for that. And it's transit served, and it met with community support with some revisions, and I support it. So I hope my committee will support me on this application in 44.
Thank you, Chairman. If there are no questions, Alderman Wagisback makes a motion to pass by the same roll call used to determine quorum. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the item is passed with substitute narrative and plans.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
All right, thank you. Moving on, bottom of page 11, document number 21062 T1 in the 47th Ward. Ordinance was referred on June 22nd of 2022. Common address 1654 West School Street, and the change request from B32 Community Shopping District to B23 Neighborhood Mixed Use District. Sarah.
Last one. Last time for the record here today, my name is Sarah Barnes, and I'm an attorney with the law offices of Sam Banks. Happy to be here this afternoon on behalf of the applicant School Streets Flat LLC. Similar to the prior matter, this a substitute type 1 TSL narrative along with a substitute set of plans was tendered to the Department of Planning and Development prior to this hearing. I would please respectfully request that those substitutes be adopted into the record here today.
Alderman Raboyes moves to accept the substantive narrative and plans for the type 1 application by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the substitute is in front of us.
Thank you. I'm here today because the applicant is seeking a type 1 zoning map amendment in order to permit the reactivation of the subject site with a new 4-story, 17-unit all residential building that will have reduced parking for 13 vehicles, as well as on-site bicycle parking, parking and storage for 17 bicycles. We had a very, very robust community review with by and through Alderman Martin's office. We met with and engaged with the North Center Neighbors Association, as well as the Lakeview Roscoe Village Chamber of Commerce, as well as had ongoing communications and engagement with the adjacent homeowners association, as well as the adjacent Montessori school towards the programming for the new improvements. After many, many months of ongoing review and engagement, we are happy to advise that we have the unanimous support of all such parties for the programming that you have here before you. As well, I believe that Alderman Martin's office tendered a copy of a letter of support for the proposal to your committee yesterday evening, Mr. Chairman. So with that, I rest, and I just very respectfully request the approval of this honorable committee here today.
Thank you, Sarah. We do have a letter of support from Alderman Martin. This is a transit served location, is it not? Yeah.
It is. It's actually in multiple ways. It's 600, it's at the
Okay,
six
yeah,
corners.
okay, that the
intersection,
answer
yeah.
is yes, okay.
Yes, multiple
So,
ways.
was there a lot of discussion about 17 unit residential and 17 parking spaces?
So we had originally proposed for 1-to-1 parking, 17 units and 17 parking spaces. And that was because the mix of units is a little bit more unique and diverse. There's more family oriented units, so 2-bedroom units for this building rather than one bedroom and studios. So at the beginning, we were proposing 1-to-1 parking in case anybody had more than one vehicle. After, again, that robust community review and engagement, it was determined that maybe 17 wasn't an ideal amount of parking, and to reduce the parking and provide some more larger units. So as that compromise, you will see in the substitute package that we actually went from 17 parking spaces down to 13 parking spaces, which was the mix that the community found would be appropriate. And then we were able to add a couple more of those larger units. And towards that end, there are 3 of the 17 units are going to be affordable, and those are going to be the larger units. And those will be located on site.
All right. Sorry I asked the question. All right. We have a letter of support from Alderman Martin. Questions or other comments from committee members? Can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So moved.
Mr. Chairman,
Alderman Dowell makes the motion. Any objections to her motion? Hearing none, this item is passed with the substantive narrative and plans. Thank you, Sarah. Hope you feel better.
Thanks so
All
much, Mr. Chairman.
All right, top of page 12. I'm going to ask for a deferral on this item. That item is number 21093 T1, 27th Ward. The ordinance was referred on July 20th of 2022. Common address 711 North Kedzie Avenue. Change request from M12 Limited Manufacturing Business Park District to B23 Neighborhood Mixed Use District. And that is being deferred for the attorney. All right. Can I get a motion to defer?
So moved.
Alderman Walter Burnett makes the motion to defer this item by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to his motion? Hearing none, this item will be deferred. All right. So now we're okay. We're waiting on Alderman Irvin on this item on Cabrini. So we'll go to the bottom of page 12. Document number 21095, 30th Ward. Ordinance was referred on July 20th of 2022. Common address is 3225 North Kenneth. And the change request from an RS3 residential single unit detached house district to an RT4 residential 2-flat townhouse and multi-unit district. We have Robert Martinez on this item.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Attorney Robert Martinez, MARTINEZ, Law Office at 4115 West 26th Street. We're here for a presentment of a rezoning application for the address of 3225 North Kenneth Avenue. As it stands, this property is situated on a parcel zone RS3. The applicant is seeking to rezone the property as a RT4 in order to accommodate for a third unit to be added into an existing basement. This the property is currently improved with a 2-unit building, and the applicant is seeking to utilize the basement that already has existing windows and an appropriate height with means of egress both in the front and rear. Architectural drawings were prepared and submitted, or are pending submission. I'm sorry.
All right. Alderman Raboyes on this item on Kenneth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a very simple matter. It's an existing building. And we just want to support it so he can bring this unit into compliance with the city of Chicago. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the Alderman or the applicant? Hearing none, Alderman Cardona makes a motion, move do pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the item is passed. Now moving on to page 13, document number 21091 in the 47th Ward. Ordinance was referred on July 20th of 2022, common address 4709 through 4713 North Lincoln Avenue, and the change request B11 Neighborhood Shopping District to C11 Neighborhood Commercial District. And Andrew Scott on this item.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. On behalf of the applicant, Quincy Ventures Lincoln Square LLC, we are seeking to rezone the property from B11 to C11. This is a 3-unit commercial building in the Lincoln Square neighborhood. My client is seeking to rezone the property to C11 to allow for a massage establishment to locate in one of those commercial units. It's about a 2,900 square foot space. The property's been vacant for a little over a year plus. It used to be a Chase Bank. And so we're just simply seeking to get the zoning to a classification that will allow my client to move in and begin operating. We've had a lot of discussions with Alderman Martin, the Chamber of Commerce, and they would like to see the property rezoned once we get our permits and our license, and we have committed to doing so, to rezone it actually back to a B31. So, Chairman, I would say it will be back before your committee, but it may be sometime next year. So we'll be back in front of the zoning committee with somebody else's chair at some point to rezone the property. And I think you should have a letter of support on file from Alderman Martin.
So we do have a letter of support with that condition from Alderman Martin. Questions, comments, committee members? Hearing none, can I get a motion move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum? Alderman Wagisback makes the motion. Any objections to his motion? Hearing none, the item is passed. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Next item, document number 21097, again in the 47th Ward. Ordinance was referred on July 20th of 2022, and the common address is 4160 North Lincoln Avenue, and the change request from B12 Neighborhood Shopping District to C12 Neighborhood Commercial District. We have Zubin Kamala.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Zubin Kamula. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Siegel and Moses in Chicago. Our office represents the applicant in this matter, Aparo Chicago LLC, for the property located at 4160 North Lincoln Avenue. We are seeking a zoning change from a B12 neighborhood shopping district to a C12 neighborhood commercial district. The building at 4160 North Lincoln is an existing one-story building. The applicant isn't seeking to make any changes to the existing footprint. The space was formerly occupied by a barbecue restaurant, and the applicant is seeking to start a wine bar offering full food service. The project has been fully vetted by Alderman Martin. We met with local community groups and stakeholders, including the Alderman Zoning Advisory Council, as well as the local Chamber of Commerce and neighborhood groups. The project has received overwhelming support. We're not aware of any objectors, and we request your favorable recommendation.
Thank you, Zubin. We do have a letter of support from Alderman Martin. Any questions? Okay, can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum? That is, I'm hearing Alderman Cardona makes that motion. Any objections to his motion? Hearing none, the item is passed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Alderman Irvin, are you on the call?
I would say in the flesh, but I am here.
All right, so we're going to go back to your item, which is on what page? Page 12. All right,
Middle of 12.
let me read it in the record for the committee members. Document number 21046, 25th and 28th wards. Ordinance was referred on June 22nd of 2022. The change request from residential business plan development number 896 to residential business plan development number 896 as amended and B32 community shopping district. All right, we did have an objector on the record, right, from the Chicago Council Lawyers Committee of Civil Rights. We have Lisa Misher here from,
It's Brian Hacker from DPD.
oh, okay, so Brian Hacker is on the call from our city department, law department.
Good afternoon, Chairman Tunney and members of the committee. So my name is Brian Hacker, and I'm actually a planner with the
Hold
department.
on, Brian, hold on one second. Procedural question or question on this from Alderwoman Haddon?
It'll be a question on the matter, Chairman.
So we'll hear it and then we'll get to you. All right, Brian.
So I'll just start over, Chairman. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brian Hacker. I'm actually with the Department of Planning and Development and not the Department of Law. So I'm here to present this proposed amendment to Plan Development 896. This matter was recommended for approval by the Plan Commission at a public hearing last Thursday, September 15th. I'd like to request that the transcript from that hearing be incorporated into the record for today. If you can advance the next slide, please.
Whoa. Let me just take the motion. Vice Chair Raboyes.
No move.
Moves to incorporate the records from the Plan Commission by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the records are now incorporated. Continue, Brian, and I'm sorry, you got promoted or demoted from the law department or to the Department of Planning. I know you're with Department of Planning, so my apologies.
No promotions or demotions, just a little bit of confusion. So apologies for that. This slide shows the proposed location of the Chicago Fire Football Club's Performance Center development within Plan Development 896. And for background, PD 896 is a large redevelopment area in the near west side community. It's about 165 acres in gross site area, and it's commonly known as Roosevelt Square. Roosevelt Square is a mixed income development that's led by CHA and their master developer Related Midwest. So this amendment is a joint effort between CHA, the Chicago Fire Football Club, Related Midwest, and DPD. Next slide, please. So the purpose of the PD amendment is to facilitate development of the Chicago Fire Soccer Training Facility. So, but there are going to be some other zoning changes involved here. I'll get to the fire proposal in a couple slides from now. So this was also an opportunity to make some needed zoning and master planning revisions to the PD in cooperation with Related Midwest and CHA, who were involved throughout this process. There's some technical changes that are going to occur to the PD, such as what you can see here. The areas outlined in red along the east side of Ashland Avenue will be removed from the PD boundary. It's going to result in a reduction in gross site area of roughly 4 acres, and these sites will be rezoned to be a B3-3 shop business district. Next slide, please. Another change that will be made to the PD in this amendment is to modify the sub-area boundaries to create dedicated sub-areas for the Chicago Fires Project, which you can see in sub-area G on the western edge there, and also Adams-Medill Park, which is now within sub-area H. The revised sub-area boundaries are also going to redistribute density throughout the other undeveloped areas of the PD due to the inclusion of the fire project. So next slide, please. So the primary purpose of this PD amendment is to facilitate the development of the Chicago Fires Performance Center training facility. It's proposed for a 24.2 acre site on land that's jointly owned by the CHA and the Chicago Fire. As you can see in this rendering here, it'll consist of a 2-story building. There's going to be 142 parking spaces proposed. There are 3 soccer pitches at the north end there in the darker green that are proposed for their youth academy, and also roughly 2.5 soccer pitches that are devoted to their professional team, which are in the lighter area, green area there. the youth academy that's at the northwest corner of the site. So this would be kind of to the upper left in the view that you see here, would be the site of a temporary inflatable dome during the cold weather months, so roughly November to March. The fire is currently located, or the training facility is currently located in Bridgeview, Illinois. So this would bring their administrative and practice locations back to the city of Chicago. This facility also hosts its academy program and some other youth soccer programs that provide mentorship and internship opportunities, as well as recreational opportunities for young people in the community. The fire, CHA, and related have been holding meetings with community stakeholders, resident groups, and members of the public since January. And several of these meetings were held in partnership with DPD and the 28th Ward Alderman Jason Urban. Next slide, please. So being a complicated PD, this amendment also allowed CHA and related Midwest to come in and make some needed updates to the Roosevelt Square Master Plan, and then revise the PD accordingly. So they are planning to redistribute density and units to areas like Roosevelt Road and the northern portion of the PD near Taylor Street and Racine, which you can see on the map here, in those kind of mustard colored areas. As you can see, those are sub areas that are identified for increased density. And because of the fire's proposed development, it's not going to result in a significant change to the planned number of units within this PD. It just shifted around to other locations within the boundary. And next slide, please. And this concept plan, which was generated by Related Midwest and their consultant team, shows the focus areas for new development where the residential units, some already previously planned, and some of the units that would have been planned for the fire's location will be distributed to within the PD boundary. And this is a updated view of their master plan. So to conclude, Alderman Irvin spoke at last week's Plan Commission hearing in support of this project, and I would respectfully request the committee's approval for this item. Thank you.
All right, I know we're going to hear from Alderman Irvin. We do have, before we get to the first question from Alderwoman Haddon, Brian, there was, the narrative says we're doing a development, an amendment to residential business plan development 896. And then we're adding, as amended, in a B32 community shopping district. So you said you're going to take a few parcels out to a B33.
Chairman, those are parcels along Ashland.
Okay.
Those are the parcels along Ashland
Yeah,
that
yeah,
were part of the original PD and TIF that no longer are.
Okay.
And it is to a B3-3 zoning district that it's getting changed to. If it said a B3-2, I'm almost positive that that was a typo. So I apologize for that.
All right, that was my question. In our written, it says B32 versus B33. So Noah, it's all kosher?
B33 is the recommended district from the department, Alderman. I'll check on the final version that was sent your way. If not, we'll get that corrected right away. It should have been in the final publication packet as B33.
And if I may interject, Chairman, this is Mariah DeGrino from DLA Piper representing the Chicago Fire. Just as a procedural matter on that point, I believe that was a change made since the city filed the application. So we may need the committee to accept what the submitted materials today as a substitute ordinance. And I'll defer to Noah if you want to chime in on that point too.
Checking the copies now.
So Noah, are we going to accept a substitute on this B33 part?
We should do so, Alderman, and we'll correct the documents accordingly. Chairman, sorry.
Okay, all right. So Alderman, Vice Chair Raboyes moves on the substitute. What are we doing here? Okay, so Alderman Raboyes moves to accept the substitute by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. And then any objections to that, which we just understood now is from a B32 to B33 on those 3 parcels. Good? Noah, right?
Correct.
Okay, so Alderman Boyce makes the move to accept the substitute. Any objections to that? No objections to that particular portion of it. The substitute is before us. And with that, I think the presentation is over. Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
Brian? Okay. All right. So we'll start with.
Sorry,
Alderman-
Chairman, this is Noah. I just want to let the record reflect, the final for publication stamped ordinance, it is a substitute to be accepted, but it is correct in its documentation that was provided to the committee. It just needs to have the word substitute added to the top. We will do so and send another copy through Nicole. But the B33 is correct in the documents that were sent to the committee.
Okay, just so we keep it all as accurate as we can. All right, thanks, Noah. We'll start with Alderwoman Haddon.
Thanks, Chair. I guess my questions are going to speak to the concern that the public commenter brought up, and I think many of us received some information about this as well through the committee. Is there anyone from CHA on the line who can speak to us about the plan development changes?
Okay, we do have, I think, Ms. McKenzie.
Yep.
Is
Yeah.
here from CHA.
Yeah.
So we do, so continue, Alderwoman.
Awesome, thanks, Chair. I guess, Ms. McKenzie, the primary concern here, right, is, from the latest kind of planned forward from 2016, CHA's well and far behind its goals of creating affordable housing that it destroyed years ago. And so seeing this change, the biggest concern, as you can imagine, right, is CHA, the authority who's in charge of kind of managing so many of our federal dollars and our subsidized housing, and even by your own plan, this seems to interfere with it, right? So this plan does not add to any affordable housing, though it will create some revenue for you to kind of continue to maintain or make some improvements. That's clear. How is this going to impact your obligation, I guess, to build 775 units of public housing within this PD? And can you speak to the timeline of when the public can expect that housing to be created?
Sure. And I really appreciate that. One thing that Noah mentioned, or that Brian mentioned, which was very important, and it really came up when we did the last development, which closed in 2019, which was the late Taylor Street apartments. So if you haven't seen them on Taylor Street, they're quite impressive. But that actually took an amendment to the PD. This PD has been amended many, many times. So when we went to Noah and said, wait, we need to amend it, he was actually excited. I hope you will agree with that, Noah. So part of what, and I did want to make clear that the land over even on Ashland, we don't own that. The CHA doesn't own that land. So we said, well, why is it in this PD? But I do think what has happened is each phase has not really complied with the existing PD. So we took advantage of this opportunity. The other part of it, which I think is your main question, which is commitment. Housing is what we do. Housing at Roosevelt Square and our other CHA housing on the site. We own Loomis Courts, we own Brooks Homes, we own hundreds of units on this site. So we both have to preserve them and build new. We actually welcome this as an opportunity to build community and have worked incredibly hard with the fire to make this something that would push housing. So you'll see in this, I'm glad that this slide that's up, because you'll see housing to the north of the proposed development, housing to the south of it. These were sites that my team had been struggling with related. So we actually think this is an improved plan. The other parts is it's responding to the changes in the community. So that there is a site over on Blue Island, further southeast, you'll see here, that we didn't know what to do with a while ago. And now we will be responding to a community that has embraced this area. So we do not think we're going to struggle there at all, figuring out the housing. This is a good mix of elevator buildings for accessibility, walk-ups, larger units for larger families, smaller units for our primary waitlist. And we actually are embracing this as a solution to a problem which we've had, which is pushing this forward. The next phase, you asked about this, the next phase we are busily working on right now. It's been into HUD for a while. It will close by November. I am crossing fingers. I'm sorry. I think you know that interest rates affect us just like everybody else with mixed income. And that will be 3 buildings as well as units that will allow the National Public Housing Museum to complete. So it will be partly units, which we're really excited about. We are pushing then for the next phase, which is proposed to be homeownership. We have had a lot of discussion with the aldermen in the community. And at the same time as that homeownership, we are talking about the next phase of rental, which would again be a building or 2. We're really prioritizing Roosevelt and then probably Blue Island. And then the homeownership is owed up closer to Taylor. In the end, there are lots of units to bring back, and we embrace this as building community, bringing a neighbor who wants to balance with housing. And we think this is going to push it, but we do have a long way to go.
Can I guess it's a clarifying question, and I appreciate, thank you, Anne, for being here, for that answer and for sharing some of the complexity. I didn't hear any numbers. So like, I want to ask this again. How many units of affordable rental housing will this change create?
This change is neutral. So our commitment remains the same.
And then the phase in November, that's kind of the next step that you're hoping to get done. How many units of affordable housing is that going to create? I know you mentioned there's some homeowners.
It's 80 for CHA, 45 other tax credit. And we are under a court order still. So then there's market rate. So it's a total of 222 units.
So that's the November phase.
Yeah.
Okay. And does the 200 plus units count towards the 775 that CHA is on the hook for?
No, the
Or is it only
775 is
CHA?
just for CHA families.
Right.
Just for CHA families. So we will still owe 500 units when we're done with that.
Gotcha. And then for this phase, right? So what's kind of planned here? How much is the CHA spending on this project? Anything?
No, we are actually, this is a market rate. We are being paid.
Okay. And then for the second phase that you think in November, do you guys have any estimates of if all goes well according to plan? I guess I'm.
Oh, what we put into a deal? Oh, well, how'd expect it? I mean, we do pay for our units, right? Either the city pays or we pay.
Right.
And it is, I'm sorry, it's a little tricky because we've gotten good with the financing on it. So, but it's hundreds of thousands of dollars per CHA unit. And that's what we measure against.
So then my next question, I guess, speaks to the concerns that our public commenter and the Chicago Housing Coalition, right, and kind of others have brought up to what's the legal assessment here? It's really difficult, I'll say. You know, we had news earlier this year of a colleague of ours, right, who'd been on the CHA wait list for 30 years and finally got a call. I have a lot of residents in my 75% renter ward here in the 49th who are on CHA wait list. We're dealing with record levels of people experiencing homelessness. It's just crashing around us. So it's concerning to me to see, I guess, such sluggishness. And I don't know if you can speak to the legal concerns that people might have that the CHA leasing some of its property that could be used to develop housing for something other than housing could put the CHA or the city in trouble legally. Could you speak to that?
We are required to go through an approval process with HUD. We have definitely used our land for other community assets. So we have grocery stores on some of our land. We have definitely used our funding that even helped pay for parks. Schools are important, so we have done this before. It's incredibly important that we do it the right way. I agree. And we are working diligently with the city to actually identify other affordable, developers in the community who are looking for project-based vouchers also. Because remember, we bring a tool also. So we don't limit ourselves to our land. I think most of you know that. Housing choice vouchers and project-based vouchers are important to also. So I don't know if I really answered your question, but I think legally we will, we do need the declaration of trust removed that you've heard about, and that is a HUD process for us.
So has HUD not approved this use yet?
They have not.
Thank you. And thank you, Chair.
Let's see, we have David Moore, Alderman Moore.
Thank you, Chairman. Hi, Anna. As you know, this is near and dear to my heart. First, when the mayor took over 99 to come over to the CHA in the effort to make sure the residents were taken care of, for the simple fact that I came from public housing. And I worked closely with many of the LAC presidents, including the Vora Beverly, although that was Tim Veenstra's development at the time. I still worked closely with a lot of those LAC presidents, either as a development manager or as a senior advisor of operations at CHA. My question is, and it's important to me, and I know the alderman has done his due diligence, but still it's important for me that these two questions be answered. One, do we have a letter for support from the CAC? And two, do we have a letter of support from the local advisory council there?
The CAC, we don't have a letter. We've certainly met with them multiple times. And then the LAC, we actually have been, it's more than, we don't have a letter because we're working on that agreement of what we spend funds on from this. And we are also getting, what we are working on with them is, of course, jobs, but
and you don't have to go into detail. Respectfully, and you don't have to go to detail.
Okay.
At this point, we have no letter of support from the CAC or the LAC, correct?
The LAC has not been asked for a letter. We've been working with them, and they have at community meetings supported it in.
But we don't have a letter yet from either one.
No.
Okay, and until I'm comfortable, by the time hopefully City Council, I cannot support this item without a letter of support from the CAC or the LAC. And that's all I'll say to that. I'm done. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, Alderman Cicho Lopez.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm just following up the line of questioning. And I do have part of the PD on the east side of Loomis, not exactly in the location where this is taking place, this project, but I have been working closely with Alderman Irving. We have been to push forward some of the previous commitments since especially 2003 with Related Midwest. My concern, and I think the question I know, Chairman, you asked, it is someone maybe from the law department or someone from the CHA law department that can answer directly the letter from the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights, especially around the federal housing laws. Just given the fact that HUD is still yet to approve this, there's a numbers of concerns, especially letters is still waiting. So I just want to see maybe someone from the law department or CHA law department can answer the concerns that submitted by the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights and other organizations.
All right, Ann McKenzie, do we have anybody CHA law or anybody from the city? Well, even though Brian's here with Department of Planning, but I think the question from Alderman Cicho Lopez is somebody like Lisa Misher, who's on the application. Is Miss Fisher, I'm sorry, Lisa Misher, are you on the call, or Ann McKenzie? Do we want to be able to answer the alderman's questions from the Chicago Lawyers Committee, Civil Rights?
And I apologize, we do not have a lawyer from CHA on this. We did receive the letter last night. So let me see what I can do.
Chairman, I believe we do have Lisa Misher here. I think
All
she's
right.
just muted.
All right, let's see if we can hear from Lisa Misher.
Hi, I'm not familiar with the letter. This came when, last night?
Yes.
I have not seen a copy of the letter.
All right, well, we'll be sending it to you momentarily. But I'm not going to speak for the Council of Lawyers and Civil Rights, but they were on the public comment period, basically questioning the use of this private land and the commitment to housing overall with the CHA.
So I guess
and this use runs in conflict, at least from a perception wise, with a number of our committee members.
I guess my response would be that nothing can happen on this property without HUD approval. And so although this is providing plan development approval, that doesn't allow anything to move forward until the CHA and HUD are in agreement that the land is being used in a proper way.
All right. Alderman Cicho Lopez.
So this is exactly my next question. Is HUD and CHA in agreement with this use? I understand, and I was in Planning Commission. That was I think a critical question, especially since we have another investigation with HUD because of another issue. So I want to make sure that this is a question that I think that must be answered. If HUD and CHA are okay and in agreement with the use of this land.
All right. Well, you've heard the response. This is a zoning process. This is not being approved without HUD and CHA coming to an agreement about replacement and about the use of the land. Is that correct, Lisa?
Correct.
All right. Whether we agree with that or not, that's the response, Alderman Cicho Lopez. Is there another question, Byron?
Yes.
Okay.
I just want to, just for the record, and then my following question is in terms of, I know in Planning Commission, there was discussed that there will not be a loss of housing units. However, the issue that I hear from over 70 residents who also expressed concern, and again, we still don't have an LAC letter of support, is around the pending housing units. I know that there's still public housing units. I think the total is 1,800. So what is the procedure? How are we going to ensure? I mean, this is from 2003 till now that we had the agreement with Related Midwest. We only fulfilled a third of that. How are we going to ensure that another private-public partnership does not delay or create yet another delay when we are still at a third or lower? So my concern is that, with a housing crisis at hand, we're still delaying building housing. We did, I think, a good job with Alderman Irving pushing a phase in Roosevelt Square, but the fact of the matter is that we're still waiting, for at least 1,800 units of housing. What is the timeline of how we want to make sure that this is actually fulfilled within a timeline that is accurate? Because what we have seen so far has been, and again, this is a third. There is already a compromise. The original, the need was for 3,600 units. So we only delivered at 10% of that. Again, my question is, how are we going to ensure that we are not get back in this situation given the housing crisis?
I think that's more aligned with Ann from CHA, that question.
Sure, and I appreciate it. And I do want to reiterate that changing the zoning is going to help us speed some things up because every phase we've had to deal with an old PD that wasn't working. My other point was the local advisory council is for the Brooks Homes, that is existing public housing. So they, the leader of that local advisory council does sit on our working group to plan all of Roosevelt Square. All right, so I just want to make that clear. But the local advisory council has been consulted from the beginning of this. We've been talking to them about this from February on about this. They've been at the table with us. And the question is, how do we make sure this happens? Well, as a zoning thing, I think this helps us speed things up. It's not giving us the financing and everything else. I appreciate that everyone wants us to move. Of course, that is my job to try to make this move.
All right. Alderman Lopez, do you have another question?
No, just, you know, and I'll end it with this. I think my concern with some of the, some of the letters that were submitted by the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights, as well as at least 70 residents. And again, I'm gonna follow up with the LAC just to have a, a more in-depth discussion. My concern is with the due process, making sure that we don't rush in things. I understand we want to speed up things, but the due process is important. So please, Chairman, I'd like to be recorded as a no. Thank you, Chairman.
All right. Duly recorded. Alderman Pat Dow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wanted just to ask the CHA, I think the Chicago Fire is in a long-term lease, is that correct? For this land?
It would be a long-term lease, yes.
What's the terms of that lease and how much are they paying the CHA for the lease?
It's 40 years with some renewals, possible renewals.
How many renewals?
2 renewals.
How many renewals
2.
and what are the terms of the renewals?
40-year, 2 potential 10-year renewals.
Okay, so how much are they paying for this lease?
Appraised value has it after some environmental modifications we're making, it's going to start at about $750,000 to $800,000 a year, and it will increase every year, and we will reassess with new appraisals after 20 years and then every 10 years.
Okay, and how much is the remediation cost here?
The remediation cost, like all of our sites, is significant. It's millions of dollars, and we are going to reassess that after remediation is done, like we would on our other sites.
Right, I asked you how much is the remediation cost?
Right, we're thinking it's about $4 million.
4 million?
But if it's less, then we won't pay that up.
And
there is an $8 million give on top of that, all of this from the fire.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you say that.
There's an additional $8 million from the fire on top of this, on top of that lease.
So on top of the yearly costs of between $700,000 and $800,000 a year, they're giving the CHA $8 million?
$8 million.
And the remediation costs, are they assuming the cost for that, or is that who's paying for that?
That's why it's the $750,000 to $800,000 the first few years, while that is being they will pay the environmental, they will pay for it, but then it will be reduce the lease a little bit every year.
Okay, so let me interrupt for a second.
Thank you.
So just so we get the numbers, while this is zoning, I think the question is what are they paying? So bar none, they're paying $8 million, right? And we heard the terms of the lease. The remediation could cost up to 4 million. 4 million. So that would be credited towards years 1 through whatever until the remediation costs were fully paid. So they might not be paying for the first 5 years.
No, they will be paying. That's the net after that remediation.
Oh, so you've already built that.
We built that in that number.
Okay. So their minimum payment will be $700,000-800,000 a year.
Yeah.
And then how does the 4 million get reimbursed?
That's that reduction. So,
Okay, so let's say year 6 then, what does that rent go up to then? Yeah? If
it'll be based on CPI. And this is,
it's not, we're not the budget committee, but.
yeah, I was
Chairman
about to say. and
Chairman
there's no
Dahl is
city
our
money
budget
going- There's no
chairman.
city money going into this transaction, and there's no CHA money going into the
I
transaction.
think
And I
it
have
was
to
the
explain it's
value
the
of the
HUD, I
private
understand.
benefit. I think it was the value of the private.
I'm trying to see what kind of deal the Chicago Fire got, you know.
Yeah.
They're a corporation.
Yep.
Doing really, I think doing well. And I just want to see if they're paying their fair share.
Sure. We definitely, we had an appraisal and we did a study of similar facilities throughout the country.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
The second question, the 775, I'm not getting into, you know, whether or not that number's right or not, you know, what the CHA promised and blah, 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 blah. But the 775 public housing replacement units, you say you're gonna address 200 of them through this project? Or in this?
I was just talking about the next phase, which is about to close, and that will be 80 CHA out of about 200 units.
Okay, so you're only getting 80 in the next phase.
Yes.
So then my question is, the remaining 600 and whatever 780 is from 775, where are those units going?
So to date, we've already returned 282 units for CHA and a total of 434 units. So then these 80 will be added to that. So then we have about a little more than 500 units, and we have 20 acres on the site. And then our agreements allow for also within a half a mile of the site.
Okay, 1/2 mile. So of the 20 acres you have on site, how many of those units can get back there?
We show that they all can. At the
Okay.
same time, if it's more expedient to do some offsite, we will try to, and we we'll go above and beyond if we can.
All right, that's the extent of my questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I think Alderman Irvin's on the call. Would you like to opine on this at all, Jason?
Yes, well, first of all, want to thank CHA for their hard work toward listening to the area residents from the Brooks, Obla, and Loomis Courts Advisory Council, as well as the CAC with Commissioner Francine Washington, all of whom have been at the table with this from its inception. Also want to thank the Chicago Fire for engaging and listening to members of the community and actually standing with members of the community in some I'll call disagreements amongst the parties, but nonetheless, I think the Chicago Fire will be a good neighbor for residents in the Obla community, and have demonstrated that throughout this process, and I believe will continue to do that as they want to be good neighbors for residents on the near west side of Chicago. The concerns that have been raised, I believe, are valid given the state of where things are with CHA and what has transpired over the last almost 20 years into this plan for transformation. It's extremely important to me, and I think important to the residents, that we know and understand how this change in use for the acreage where the fire will go, the impact not only just on CHA residents, but the impact on the community at large in Roosevelt Square and beyond. We've gone through a process approximately 4 or 5 years ago, tabletop exercises and the like of, how do we place and have all of these units, scale, density, and all of that. And now we've made an adjustment to that in scale and in density. One of the most important components of this, not only that residents and CHA be satisfied, but that the community residents be satisfied, because this was going to cause an increase in density in some areas that had not planned to have density in the past. And we've had those through community meetings, and everyone is in a good space with this. The work that Ann talked about that was done with the Taylor Street Apartments demonstrated to the residents that we can do density, make it look good, and keep it managed and well run and maintained, and also deliver community amenities. As part of this as well, which is separate, the next 200 plus units that will be coming on delivers, again, community amenities at the same time we're preserving and bringing back additional affordable and public housing units to the area. So everyone over here is hitting, doing as a community and working together and trying to meet the needs of all parties that are concerned. And I believe that as we continue moving at this pace, which we've done 80 units, a couple years ago, another 80 units are going to hit this year. And if we continue moving through these phases as outlined, we can reach the obligation not only to public housing residents, but also an obligation on delivering on equity as it relates to having affordable units, public housing units, as well as market rate units in this immediate area. And granted, this is a drop in the bucket to the number of overall affordable units that exist in this immediate area between the Circle Park Apartments, and also we just finished about a month ago, the Barbara Jean Wright Court Apartments. We have a ton of affordable units that are in this immediate area, and we want to continue to deliver on that for residents that live in and around the Abla, Barbara Jean Wright, and Circle Park communities. So I believe that this continues and actually doubles down on doing that, as well as Alderman Dow raised a question around revenue, which is the primary source of the renovation of the Brooks Homes and Loomis Courts Apartments. So I think this helps catalyze, the development, helps catalyze moving this project along. And again, I'm glad that, the Chicago Fire did step up and become a good corporate partner and a good corporate citizen to the residents of the community, as well as helping CHA to deliver on a long-term promise that, in many people's opinion, had been broken to the residents of the Abla community, primarily the Brooks Homes and Loomis Courts Apartments. So with that, I'll ask for a favorable consideration from the committee, and also if anyone has any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
All right. Questions for Alderman Irvin? Comments? We heard a lot. Alderman Irvin is asking for a motion. We don't have a motion yet. Okay. All right. So we need a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum on this issue.
I'd like to be recorded as a no, Chairman, Alderman Haddon.
I still need a motion, so.
Chairman, I'll make the motion if we can do a roll call, or no, I'll make the motion to pass for Alderman Irvin.
And David Moore is a no, Chairman.
Okay, well, let me go one step at a time. So the motion was made by Alderman Waguespack to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. I've heard a couple objections. David Moore is a no. Maria Haddon is a no. Alderman Mike Rodriguez has his hand up. Michael?
Just to be recorded as a no.
That was our third no.
Roll call, Mr. Chairman.
Hold on a second.
Chairman, I believe Alderman Sigcho Lopez had asked to be recorded as a no earlier.
Okay, let me confirm that. Let me see. Alderman Sigcho Lopez, you are no?
That's right, Chairman. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. And then I heard Alderman Dowell.
That's correct. No.
Okay.
Roll call, Mr. Chairman.
All right. So there is a request for a roll call on this item. And we do, correct me, staff, we do have a quorum here. Okay. All right. Here we go. All right, Vice Chair Raboyes.
Aye.
That's an aye. Alderman Hopkins. Alderwoman Dowell, repeat.
No.
Alderman Sawyer. Alderman Beal,
No.
Alderman Cicho Lopez. Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
No, I'm sorry. Well, I'm sorry, I'm in my order. Raymond Lopez first. All right, not here. All right, David Moore,
No.
Mike Rodriguez,
Bien.
Alderman Cicho Lopez,
No.
Alderman Burnett,
Yes.
Alderman Cardona,
No.
Alderman Wagasback,
Yes.
Alderman Kerry Austin, Alderman Villegas.
Did you get my yes, sir?
I do now.
All right.
All right, loud and clear. All right, Alderman Villegas. Alderman Riley. Alderman Kappelman. Alderman Osterman. Did I hear Osterman? Okay, Alderwoman Hadden.
No.
Chairman Tunney is a yes. What do we have, folks? 7.
5, 7.
7 nays. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 yays. So this item will not pass out of committee today. All right. Let's- All right, let's move on. We are,
Thank you, Chairman.
all right, we'll be back for another day. All right, let's see, let's keep going. What page are we on? On 13. Okay, folks, we're on the bottom of page 13. Document number 21014 T1 in the 10th Ward. The ordinance was referred on April 27th of 2022. The common address is 10759 South Burley Avenue, and the change request from M12 Limited Manufacturing Business Park District to C12 Neighborhood Commercial District. And we have Maria Medina on this item.
Good afternoon. My name is Giancarlo Medina, and today I'll be speaking on behalf of my mom, the owner of the property just coming known as 10759 South Burley Avenue. And today we're seeking to rezone the property from M1-2 to C1-2 in order to establish a small banquet hall. We have noticed that in our community.
Well, hold on a second. Hold on a second. You're a little ahead of yourself now. So, we had Maria as the witness. Is Maria on the call?
Yeah, that's my mom. She's right here.
Okay, wait, I'm not asking. Let me just talk to Maria for a second.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay, now Maria, you are the owner of the property, correct?
Correct. Me and my
Okay.
husband, yes.
And you are according to our records, you're representing yourself in front of this committee.
Correct.
Okay, now this other individual is, I believe, a relative of yours?
It is my oldest son. My English is not that
No,
well.
no problem. I don't need, your English is good enough, okay? So,
Okay.
so Carlos will be Carlos Medina will be the witness in regards to this application. And you have obviously delegated that responsibility to him, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so that now for the benefit of the committee, we can now hear from Carlos Medina on behalf of this application on 10759 South Burley. Okay, so Carlos Medina, you can proceed.
Would you like me to start over or?
Yeah, start over.
Okay. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Giancarlo Medina, and today I will be speaking on behalf of my mom, the owner of the property commonly known as 10759 South Burley Avenue. And today we are seeking to rezone the property from M1-2 to C1-2 in order to establish a small banquet hall. We have noticed that our community lacks halls that are designated for special events. And although there are many halls in the city of Chicago, we do feel that our community would appreciate a small hall within the community. And if anybody has any questions, I'll.
Okay. All right. Now you've spoken to Alderwoman Sadlowski Garza.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And staff, we have a letter of support from Alderwoman Garza. All right. And it also went to the Plan Commission. So this is the second round of public hearings. All right. Anna Robles.
I was just mentioning that it did go through Plan Commission, so we can introduce that.
Okay, so we need to incorporate the records. All right, so let's start by incorporating the records of the Plan Commission. So Alderman Beal moves to incorporate the records from the Plan Commission by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the records are incorporated. So we've heard of the request, and we do have the support of the local alderwoman. I only had to have one quick question. You talk about the size of this banquet hall. Tell me a little bit more about how big and where the parking is. And
So the hall can accommodate up to 120 guests. Well, that is the max amount number, 120 guests. And then we will have a total of 13 parking spaces for the guests in the adjacent lot with that's with the property.
And then in general, you had a meeting with the alderman and the local residents, and everything's kosher, everything's okay with them?
Yes, we actually spoke with the alderwoman, and she okayed everything. She gave us her support.
Okay, so that's important to our committee for sure. I just, just wanted to get a little bit more of the process that went through the community, and she is the representative there. So I know that there was another question about another banquet hall somewhere in that ward and such. So I just want to make sure we're all clear on this one, that this is the one that she's very much in support of, correct?
Yes.
Okay, other questions, comments?
Move do pass, Alderman Hopkins.
All right, that's Alderman Hopkins moves to pass on this item
Am I?
by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Objections? Hearing none, this item is passed as revised. Good luck to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so our 2 o'clock Rules Committee is going to start immediately after this, committee members. Thank you. Let's keep moving, right? My staff tells me. All right, top of page 14, document number 20994, 16th Ward. Ordinance was referred on April 27th of 2022. Common address 914 West 63rd Street. And the change request C13 Neighborhood Commercial District to C13 Neighborhood Commercial District, and then to a residential plan development. Graham Grady?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, and we're on a time
Yes,
constraint.
I understand. Chairman Tunney and members of the committee, my name is Graham Grady. I'm pleased to represent the applicant, Thrive Englewood LLC, along with my co-counsel Sylvia Mikas. I request that the record of the July 21st, 2022 Plan Commission hearing be entered into the record of this committee, please.
Vice Chair Raboyes moves to incorporate the records from the Plan Commission by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the records are incorporated and before us. Please continue.
Thank you very much. I will be extremely brief. We have representatives of our team that are available to answer questions. If you could please advance to the next slide. You can see the location of this property at West 63rd Street, at West 63rd Parkway and South Peoria Drive. This is an attractive rendering of the building designed by Perkins and Will. The purpose of the application today is in furtherance of the City of Chicago Invest Southwest program. We will be developing this into a two-phase building. It will include affordable housing. It will include live workspaces. It will include amenities and off-street parking. The applicant seeks to acquire this property from the City of Chicago and has been working closely with both the Department of Housing as well as the Department of Planning and Development. The project was approved by the Chicago Plan Commission and has been reviewed and approved by all the other bureaus that have reviewed it, including fire prevention, CDOT, stormwater, and AIS. Here you can see the aerial view. This is very near 63rd and Halsted. It's a transit-oriented location. The applicant will comply with all the requirements of the plan development, including goals regarding MBE and WB set aside. As I mentioned, there are live work units here. There is affordable housing units incorporated into the project. We are fortunate to have a letter of support from Alderman Coleman. We thank the Alderman for her assistance in the review and furtherance of this project. We also would like to thank all the staff of the Department of Planning and Development, Patrick Brutus, Lisa Washington, Noah Safranek, as well as staff of the Department of Housing. I'm happy to answer any questions. I apologize, I'm really not giving this project the merit that it's due, but in view of your time schedule, Mr. Chairman, and the fact that we have the support of the Alderman and the Plan Commission, I will surrender our time and we are available to answer questions. Again, I do not take for granted the approval by this committee, but I wanted to expedite our review in view of your time constraints.
Thank you. We do have a letter of support from Alderwoman Coleman. Questions, comments from committee members? Hearing none, can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum? Alderwoman Dowell makes that motion. Any objections to her motion? Hearing none, the records are, this is passed as revised, I'm sorry. All right.
Thank you very much.
We're down to the bottom of page 14. Document number 20995, Third Ward. Ordinance was referred on April 27th of 22. Common address is 301 through 313 East 43rd Street and 4301 through 4313 South Prairie. Change request from B23 Neighborhood Mixed Use District and RM5 Residential Multi-Unit District, all to a B35 Community Shopping District, then to a plan development. Steve Friedland.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Steve Friedland with Applegate and Thorne Thompson here on behalf of the joint venture between the Habitat Company and P3 Markets for this project. You can move to the next slide, please. This is a proposed 80-unit transit served location development at the corner of 43rd Street and Prairie. We appeared before the Chicago Plan Commission last week on the 15th of September, and at this time I would request that you incorporate the findings and record of the Plan Commission.
Vice Chair Raboyes moves to incorporate the records from the Plan Commission by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the records are incorporated. Continue, Steve.
Thank you. As I stated, this is a joint venture between the Habitat Company and P3 Markets. This is the second phase of their developments in this corridor of 43rd Street. The first phase is currently under construction. This phase, as I stated, is 80 units, 44 of which will be affordable housing. If you go to the next slide, just to give you a sense of the, well, maybe one more, there should be a site plan. Here we go. There will be a retail along 43rd Street, much needed in this corridor, and there will be a residential entrance along Prairie, along with 13 parking spaces at the rear of the property. Go to the next slide. This is maybe the best way to show you what this process has brought about. And I would say much of this at the behest of Alderman Dowell, who's really spearheaded this to bring this to the community. On your left, you see phase one, which is undergoing construction right now, a 10-story building. On your right is the phase two development that we're asking for approval right now. And together, these are on either side of the green line to really create some commercial and residential space in this location. With that, I understand your timeframes, Mr. Chairman. I do have members of our development team available, but we would certainly be willing to answer any questions you might have. I think you're on mute, Mr. Chairman.
All right. This is the twin property, if I'm not mistaken, that we've approved already with the same group, I believe, almost.
Correct. The same joint venture did phase one or is in the process of completing phase one, and this is phase two.
All right. So Alderwoman Dow.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the essence of time, I would ask for the committee's approval of this transit-oriented development project adjacent to the 43rd Street Green Line stop. Phase one is under construction. Phase two is what we're looking at today, and our community is extremely excited about this development because of the housing and also because it's bringing new retail to the corridor. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Questions for the
I just
applicant?
want to thank P3 Markets and Habitat and Steve. Thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you, Alderwoman. So I need a motion to.
Alderman Riley moves to pass.
Oh, wait. What are you doing? Okay. So Alderman Riley makes the motion to move to pass on this item by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? None. Hearing none, this item is passed as revised. All right.
Thank you very much.
Hold on. No.
You're muted, Chairman.
All right, let's go. What
We
item
have
are we on?
for one last housekeeping item. This item on page 16 needs to be deferred, so we gotta make a motion.
All right. So we're. we're done here. Okay, we're gonna go out of order just to defer this item in the 11th Ward. Document number 21103, 11th Ward ordinances referred on July 20th of 2022. Common address is 3316 through 18 South Morgan. And I would ask for a motion to defer this item by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum.
Riley so moves.
Alderman Riley so moves. Any objections? Hearing none, the item is deferred on that one, on Morgan.
You're muted.
All right, so the rest, the other items on the agenda have already been deferred. And so that completes the agenda for today. However, we are going to recess until 9:30 tomorrow morning. We are going to reconsider an item at the request of the Alderman. Any questions?
Which item is that, Chairman?
Yeah.
It is in the combined 25th and 28th ward.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Chairman, this Alderwoman had, and I stepped away for a moment. So we're reconsidering the item that we voted down.
Tomorrow, we're recessing. Number one, we're recessing. And we'll reconvene tomorrow at 9:30. And you answered the question properly, I think.
Gotcha. I didn't know we could
You
do that.
answered your own question.
Yeah, I didn't know we could do that. Thank you. Learn something new every day in Chicago
I've
City
been
Council.
told
Mr. Chairman,
that is Alderman Beal.
Mr. Chairman, isn't it typical of our rules and regs that anytime a item is voted down, that it is referred out as being voted down from the committee?
We can discuss this tomorrow morning at 9:30 when we reconvene the committee hearing. So now I need a motion to adjourn. Oh, I'm sorry.
Motion to recess.
Okay. I need a motion to
So
recess
moved.
till 9:30 tomorrow morning. Alderman Wagasback makes the motion to recess until 9:30 tomorrow morning. Any objections? Okay, thank you. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 9:30. Sorry for the inconvenience.